on Finance. Pursuant to the order of reference from the House, we're meeting on the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Today's meeting, for everyone's information, is taking place by video conference, and the proceedings will be made available via the House of Commons website. With that, I do want to welcome all the witnesses for coming today. Your information is very valuable to certainly to the Finance Committee and certainly to Canadians. So I would ask if you could, we have 7 witnesses. So if you can keep it fairly tight to 5 minutes, it gives us more time for questions. We'll start with the Canadian Gas Association, Timothy Egan, President and CEO. Welcome, Timothy. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. CGA is the voice of Canada's natural gas delivery industry. Our utilities deliver service to over 20 million of your constituents in homes, businesses, and industries through over 570,000 kilometers of energy infrastructure. In 2018, natural gas met 35% of Canada's energy needs. The Canada Energy Regulator forecasts that number will grow to 40% in the next 15 years, almost twice the end use of electricity. Our utilities are active in communities providing an essential service, but also through their employees and those of our manufacturer and supplier members, helping Canadians live through and plan a recovery from COVID-19. And it's been all hands on deck for our members during these challenging times. Our industry's detailed pandemic planning processes, developed over decades, have been leveraged to full effect. As essential service providers, frontline utility workers have been ensuring uninterrupted energy delivery for Canadians. Unprecedented circumstances, but uninterrupted service. To paraphrase how one utility staff person put it to me, our people rise to the occasion in difficult times because our customers need us. And for those customers, utilities have instituted bill deferment programs, stopped disconnects, and increased social media and other communications to stay as engaged as possible. All our companies have instituted work from home protocols. Frontline workers are equipped with necessary PPE and are well trained on specific safety practices. Energy use traditionally declines after the winter, and this year has been no different, although the industrial decline has been more noticeable. Overall, the fact remains that Canadians need affordable, reliable energy irrespective of circumstances, and we've been providing it. We're working closely with government officials, particularly those at NRCan, Public Safety Canada, and Measurement Canada on various issues that have arisen. And I should note how admirably committed those officials have been to their public service duties. But we're deeply concerned about the long-term economic picture. As an industry, we're focused on how we can help improve it. Safety is always our first priority. We bring our safety first culture to how we think about getting the Canadian economy up quickly and reliably. We have a great deal of project work that can advance as lockdowns lift, and we know this will be a real economic stimulus. The direct and indirect spending is in the billions, and we want to proceed. In response to a request from government, we submitted a list of shovel-ready projects. We are encouraged to note as part of that list those projects that would help deliver on aggressive emission reduction targets set by government for 2030 and 2050 goals and aspirations. All of our projects contribute to the more effective delivery of clean and affordable natural gas, but in response to the request, we also included projects that would help deliver on these more aggressive targets. Those are more costly than our conventional work and would require stimulus assistance. The total list is 93 projects representing $12 billion in spending, with an overall ratio of industry to government spending of 5-to-1. An overview of the projects is included in the map attached to the package sent to you. They fall into 4 buckets: renewable gas and hydrogen, green retrofit projects, alternative transportation fuels, and infrastructure and LNG projects. Our analysis of the emissions not produced because of the projects is underway, but of 39 we've reviewed so far, it represents an estimated 5 megatons of CO2 reductions, and that number will grow as we complete the analysis. While those projects focused on more aggressive emission reductions require matching dollars, the majority require no funding but do need regulatory approval at the federal level. Anything to expedite that would be a low-cost action by government to drive economic recovery. We cannot emphasize strongly enough how such action to clear the path for project advancement will be helpful. As we look forward, apart from the specific asks, we want to work cooperatively with government on a strategy with 3 broad components. First, to develop a Team Canada approach for the natural gas delivery industry. Second, to support renewable gases to position Canada on the global stage. And third, to leverage Canada's natural gas clean tech advantage. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, Canadians have been using gaseous energy for the entirety of our country's history, and in some regions longer still. Our industry has stood with its customers through wars, depressions, pandemics, floods, fires, and more. And through each we've delivered, we've adapted, and we have grown stronger. Our hope is to do the same again through COVID-19. Our fuels and our infrastructure are foundational to our country's well-being, guaranteeing the affordable, reliable, clean energy delivery that has allowed Canada to thrive. We're determined to continue to contribute and look forward to working with parliamentarians and others in facing this challenge. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Egan. Turning to Equiterre, Marc Andre Vio, Director, Government Relations, and Karen Brulette, Policy Analyst. Floor is yours. Welcome.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished members of the Finance Committee, thank you for having us here today. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, Caroline Brouette. Since the beginning of the crisis, it's a crisis that originated well before the pandemic, and the Canadian oil and gas sector has been hit by declining oil prices since the onset of COVID-19. However, the sector was in trouble well before COVID-19, not only due to OPEC's recent decision to impose an historically low price per barrel of oil, but more importantly to disinvestment in the financial and insurance sectors, which has been accelerating for years. Revenues are down and profit margins and jobs are too. There is significant vulnerability and market dynamics are spinning out of control. The market has not recovered to previous levels since its collapse in 2014, and the sector is already getting substantial government support. Businesses in this important industrial sector, despite pre-crisis trends, have had to reach out for emergency financial aid from Ottawa. On March 14, Equiterre was one of a group of organisations representing in total over 1.3 million Canadians who urged the federal government to ensure the bailout focus on workers in the sector. A few days later, our colleagues from Environmental Defence published a secret memo from the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers, which called for a massive decline in regulatory oversight, a complete halt to any new policies on climate change, and the willingness to shirk their responsibility to report on their lobbying activities. Faced with these outrageous demands from the industry, we welcome the government's announcement of April 14. The $1.7 billion earmarked for the rehabilitation of orphaned and inactive oil wells in Western Canada are investments that promote a just transition through the creation of sustainable employment. This is a welcome reform, but we must ensure that a polluter pays regime is put in place to prevent the list of these environmental liabilities from growing and increasing the bill that the government will have to pay. There should also be parliamentary oversight of the agreements with the provinces receiving these amounts. Despite certain reservations, these investments show that Canada is moving in the right direction. That is, by creating jobs while helping to reduce the environmental impacts. A caveat, however, one aspect of this announcement is of particular concern to us, the loan or credit guarantees provided by Export Development Canada and the Business Development Bank of Canada. Let's not forget that on March 25, under Bill C-13, EDC's mandate was expanded to support domestic businesses, and under that legislation, the cap on the liabilities it can run was raised from 45 to 90 billion. Now, finally, the Ministers of Finance and Trade can now approve a wider scope of international transactions. Given EDC's history of opaqueness, we are concerned that Canadians are not informed about the full costs, both economic and environmental, of these programs. It should also be remembered that according to a report published yesterday by Oil at Foreign Exchange International, Canada has provided at least Canadian $13.8 billion in government funding for oil and gas projects since the Paris Climate Accord through EDC. I now hand the floor over to my colleague Caroline Brouette. On May 11, the Prime Minister announced the emergency credit facility for large employers, for which the total amount of credit available is still not known. However, we do know that the oil and gas sector is one of the sectors targeted by the program. Recipients will have to commit to releasing, and I quote, The following information in an annual report and financial disclosure on climate change, highlighting how corporate governance, strategies, policies and practices will help to manage the risks and opportunities associated with climate change and contribute to meeting those commitments under the Paris Agreement and the zero tolerance target of net emissions by 2050. According to Equiterre, the large employer's financing or credit facility should at a minimum be conditional on the company demonstrating that it has a appropriate and compliant business plan with the commitments made through the Paris Climate Agreement, restricting the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. It is imperative that the beneficiaries do not simply indicate a target of zero net emissions over the long time, but actually commit to mitigating emissions consistently by 2050. And there should be strict accountability. In general, we believe that the government should systematically ensure a compliance with the principles and transparency regarding the public assistance that it provides. We therefore share the government's objectives to support workers in the oil and gas sector, but we question the approach that they're taking. This may increase environmental liabilities and expose Canadian taxpayers to the financial risks of the sector, which, as this crisis illustrates, is making our economy extremely vulnerable. We believe that it's important to learn from the mistakes of the past. For example, when the Auditor General of Canada noted in 2014 in relation to the bailout of the auto industry following the 2008 financial crisis that, quote, it was impossible to get a complete picture of the assistance provided, its impact on the viability of companies, and the amounts recovered and losses incurred. We need to do better this time. Finally, all these developments are taking place at a time when Canada, which is committed to eliminating fossil fuel subsidies by 2025, is still struggling to complete the peer review undertakings that it made with Argentina for the past 2 years. We therefore recommend that the government put in place transparency and accountability mechanisms. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you both very much. Turning then to Explorers and Producers Association of Canada, Tristan Goodman, President. Go ahead, Tristan. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Tristan Goodman, and I represent EPAC, who deals with the Canadian natural gas and non-oil sands producing companies outside the oil sands mining area. Under the chair's directions, I shall confine my remarks to English. My association represents over 100 large and small companies drilling for natural gas and oil in Western Canada. We employ tens of thousands of Canadians from coast to coast and represent over about $100 billion in market assets. We understand and agree with those that want solutions to global climate change, as well as Indigenous reconciliation. And through working with federal and provincial governments, as well as Indigenous nations, we believe there is a path forward for continued responsible oil and gas development in conjunction with Canadian leadership on these fundamental issues. I would hope my personal background may be of use to the House of Commons Committee, as I have senior level experience implementing energy policy and regulation as a former energy regulator, and have relevant academic background with a PhD in natural resource management, specializing in environmental science, as well as economics, and several law degrees from Canada and the United Kingdom. My comments are addressed to you based on this background, as well as an approach that seeks to advance the broad Canadian public interest in these difficult times. As Canadian governments restart the economy over the coming weeks and months, we believe that in many cases, the Canadian-based oil and gas sector can quickly respond and dramatically support recovery through immediate activity and job creation. A noticeable proportion of employment in the oil and gas sector occurs in areas such as Montreal, Vancouver, and Toronto through professional services, manufacturing, IT, corporate services, automotive, and increasingly petrochemicals, which are the base components of a wide range of health-related projects such as ventilators, masks, and plastics-based equipment. I am sure you have heard from many over the past several weeks about the importance of oil and gas pipelines, as well as ensuring a competitive regulatory and fiscal environment to undertake business. propane and other heating and drying products in Quebec, petrochemicals in Ontario, LNG in the Maritimes and British Columbia, broader applications of carbon capture and storage technology, and completion of approved pipelines all remain critical to our country and workers going forward. However, today, I would like to confine my limited time to specific short-term recovery opportunities that should be considered in the coming months, given the difficult economic situation we face. First, turning to the recent federal programs. The federal government has put in place 4 specific programs that assisted or have the potential to assist Canadian workers who rely on the energy sector. EPAC strongly supports the $750 million methane reduction loan program, the $1.7 billion support to clean up orphan and inactive wells, and the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy. We want to acknowledge the efforts of the federal government to work with provinces in these important areas. We also support the intention of the EDC, BDC, and LEAF programs. These loan programs are of particular relevance as there are approximately 30 or more companies that should qualify for these programs if qualifying conditions are reasonable and thus support workers. With the federal government's commitment to transparency in mind, we look forward to a comprehensive public understanding on specific uptake. Economic stimulus to support Canadian workers and families will require substantive private sector investment, given the magnitude of the current economic situation. Canada must have broad inflows of investor capital to be successful. There are additional short-term policies and programs that the federal government can put in place to support workers relying on oil and gas development, and a few examples of these are attached to my opening comments as an appendix. In conclusion, the future of Canadian oil and gas development can be bright and could be a significant contributor to economic recovery while fitting within the clear policy commitments of Canadian climate change leadership and Indigenous reconciliation. EPAC views our industry as part of the broader energy transition that has been occurring for decades. Given the difficulties that Canadian workers are currently facing, short-term policies need continued focus in parallel to the broad macro strategies of Canada's energy future. Since the founding of Quebec City over 400 years ago, Canadians have been developing our natural resources and increasingly working collaboratively with our Indigenous partners. Over the centuries of our young country's development, there have certainly been mistakes in both the development and partnership areas. However, there is now an opportunity to renew our commitment to responsible development within a modern Canadian framework, meet expectations around the environment, Indigenous reconciliation, and a prosperous economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Goodman. Turning now to Lloyd Minister, Oilfield Technical Society, Adam Waterman, President. Mr. Waterman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee members and fellow witnesses, I thank you for your time today. I appear before you representing the Lloydminster Oilfield Technical Society. The Society's founding aim nearly 40 years ago was to provide a forum to discuss technical issues within industry along with promoting the industry's success. For many within our membership, oil and gas has been the family business for 2 and 3 generations. Our first well blew in on May 4th, 1934. This industry is not a passing fancy or employer of last result for our membership or the people of this region. It shapes our very identity. In the 5 years prior to COVID-19, we had lost an average of 600 jobs in direct industry employment per year. This in a population catchment area of 80,000 people. This is equivalent to Oshawa's GM plant closing this fall. With the exception, it happened in a population a fifth of the size. That means 2 people coming home from work every day to have the hardest of conversations over their kitchen table every single day for 5 years. 10 families' futures cast into doubt this week, 15 more the next. This Damoclesian sword of financial ruin has hung over this region's collective head for nearly 6 years now, and with it coming the mental toll it's taken on its industry's participants and their families. COVID-19. There is no hyperbole that can adequately capture the non-existence of economic activity currently. Medium-sized companies are down to only the owner working. Equipment is being sold at auction to make payroll. In a period where my employer would have had 17,000 rig hours, we've had 40. We are finding new depths of desperation daily. I was asked here today to provide testimony on the Canadian government's response in support of oil and gas following the economic crisis of COVID-19. And to borrow from Mahatma Gandhi when he was asked his thoughts on Western civilization, I think it might be a good idea. Just as Gandhi was remarking that he hadn't yet witnessed a civilized West, I have yet to witness a plan for oil and gas from this government. Outside of CERB and some CEWS benefits, our membership in the industry at large has not experienced much for help. As evidenced by Alberta Energy being inundated with applications for the site rehabilitation program, industry possesses a high volume of shovel-ready projects that can get people back to work today. The industry has not paused because of the virus. The industry has paused as it realigns with the demand picture of a COVID world and into the recovery. However, the federal government waited until April 14th to announce anything industry specific, waited until 2 weeks ago to release inactive well funding, and we still wait for a liquidity backstop. Meanwhile, it has been 10 weeks or 5 full pay periods without an hour of work for the workforce of this country's second largest industry and the country's largest First Nations employer. With asset retirement funding moving forward at a dawdling pace, the only response from the liquidity prong of the federal government's April 14th policy détente remains an auto-generated email from the BDC. This is not good enough. People are suffering as a result of this inaction. The benefits of the large employer program, loan program, are contingent on an open-ended and vague commitment to the recipient having net zero emissions in 30 years' time for a 1-year bridge loan with a 5-year amortization. It would have been more direct to say that oil and gas producers and oilfield service companies need not apply. Furthermore, the terms of the program are spurious. There is no clarity on the effects to the current lending hierarchy. The potential for equity conversion stands to make the federal government the largest shareholder in some of these companies. I'm sure you can appreciate this comes with a hefty dose of apprehension and mistrust from my side of the business. The statement that the Canadian oil and gas sector is a world leader when it comes to climate change progress, GHG emissions, and responsible development seems overplayed, but it's a base fact. This government's attacks on oil and gas and abstention of real supports has only served to deepen regional divides and worsen climate outcomes worldwide. In pursuit of partisan politics, this government has let the opportunity of COVID-19 pass by. They could have renewed the trust of this region's largest industry in Western Canada at large. Instead, the status quo has been preserved. We remain painted as the contra side of a political dichotomy to serve political interests. We remain convinced the government's ultimate pursuit is a slow motion cod moratorium on our industry. I'll leave you with a quote from one of my members that I feel captures where we're at locally. I own a small drafting business trying to make it. So yes, everything I have hinges on decisions that are made now. We do not want handouts. We want to work and earn every penny we make. We want to be able to sit down and brag about working 20 days in a row. It would be a sin to let an endeavor like this rust unburnished. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waterman, and we do appreciate your directness. Mining Association of Canada, Pierre Gratton, President and CEO, and Brendan Marshall, Vice President. Go ahead, I believe, Mr. Gratton.
Yes, thank you. Just get the microphone lined up. Merci pour cette opportunité.
Thank you for this opportunity to appear before the committee this afternoon. I am the President and CEO of the Mining Association of Canada.
Our Vice President, Economic and Northern Affairs, and Brendan actually will deliver the large portion of our remarks today, as he has been working in particular very closely with our members and with the Government of Canada in response to the pandemic and its economic impact on our sector. Just by way of background, MAC is the national voice of the Canada's mining industry.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Yes, Michael?
I couldn't hear for about a minute there at the beginning.
I couldn't either for about 15 seconds, but he's coming in clear now. Are you hearing him clear now?
Yes.
So is
Okay.
that better?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Go
Sorry,
ahead,
yeah.
Mr. Redden. Yeah.
So the Mining Association represents the majority of production of mineral products across the country, including oil from the oil sands. So in light of today's topic of conversation, I would just note that we do represent the firms of Suncor, Canadian Natural, and Syncrude, who are MAC members, and we've been engaging on their behalf, as well as the rest of the mining sector, with the federal government in response to the pandemic. And with that, I just ask my colleague Brendan Marshall to deliver the rest of our remarks.
Thanks, Pierre. In 2018, mining contributed $97 billion to Canada's GDP, employed nearly 630,000 workers, and accounted for 20%, or $104.5 billion of Canada's total export value. Proportionally, mining is the largest private sector employer of Indigenous peoples, and our oil sands members are among the top employers and partners of Indigenous-owned businesses. The majority of the world's public mining companies are listed on the TSX, and Canadian mining is broadly recognized internationally for excellence in sustainability, environmental stewardship, and Indigenous engagement. Throughout this pandemic, our members' top priority has remained the health and safety of their employees and contractors and the communities around which they operate. They are following the guidance of public health authorities, with employees working from home where possible, no non-essential travel, limited site access for non-essential personnel, and the incorporation of testing protocols and distancing policies at the worksite. The protocols our members have developed have resulted in virtually no cases of COVID in our sector. At the request of the Privy Council Office, our members were also pleased to share these practices to help enhance the safety of Canadians across all sectors. More detailed information on our members' responses is available on MAC's website, and we'd be happy to share with committee members a package of that information if that would be of interest, Mr. Chair. I'm also proud that MAC member companies have made contributions to food banks, women's shelters, Indigenous organizations, and health authorities across Canada exceeding $40 million to help address the COVID crisis. These are in addition to the donation of tens of thousands of N95 masks, test kits, and ventilators, amongst other materials, to address shortages of the critical supplies. And in advance of our appearance before the committee today, we asked that a document be distributed that provides greater detail on these contributions, and I was made aware by the chair that that had been done. The scale of disruption has been significant across many commodities, but most especially for our oil sands members. The week of March 9th, which saw the launch of social distancing policies across Canada and the United States, triggering deep demand destruction for petroleum products, coincided with the decision of Saudi Arabia to flood global markets with oil. Global demand for oil plummeted approximately 30% in a matter of months. At its lowest, oil traded on the West Texas Intermediate at negative $37.63 a barrel, while a barrel of Western Canadian Select sold cheaper than bottled water at $3.81 US. While prices have recovered since then, they remain low compared to recent averages and are anticipated to remain low until social distancing measures are safely lifted and demand for these products returns. Acknowledging this disruption, the Government of Canada has taken action to support the economy, including the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy. Originally announced to cover 10% of wages for small businesses, the program was expanded to businesses of all sizes and increased to cover 75% of the first $58,800 of an employee's salary. MAC worked very closely with Finance Canada officials, supported by Natural Resources Canada, to ensure that member companies' corporate and marketing structures were understood by decision makers so the program could deliver in the way it was intended. And we can tell you that a number of our members have applied for this program. On liquidity, the government announced the Business Credit Availability Program on March 16th and subsequently expanded it to provide $65 billion in support to small and medium-sized businesses. On May 11th, the Large Employer Emergency Financing Facility, or LEAF, was announced to provide bridge financing to large businesses. A few of our members have applied to the BCAP. With respect to LEAF, we are not aware of any member applications at this time, but admittedly only represent 3 producers out of hundreds of companies in the oil and gas sector. Finally, the federal government has been balanced in providing relief to companies in the regulatory space by extending deadlines for corporate tax filings, compliance reporting, such as for the output-based pricing system, as well as temporarily postponing the development of all non-essential regulations. It is noteworthy that some regulations and laws, through their drafting and design, do not have release valve mechanisms that enable ministerial discretion to address unprecedented events such as COVID-19. As a recommendation to this committee, MAC would encourage consideration of inclusion of such measures in laws and regulations, both new and updated, going forward. At a time where public health priorities rightly supersede all others, the federal government has taken a measured approach to address the social, economic, and operational realities that COVID-19 has created for our industry. In closing, I would like to extend appreciation for the tremendous work of civil servants across the government, and most especially at Finance Canada and Natural Resources Canada, who have labored tirelessly to develop, refine, and implement the government's response to COVID-19. Much is owed by our country for their incredible service at this time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and we'll look forward to answering any questions members of the committee may have going forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morgan and Mr. Grattan. And yes, that chart you gave the committee on the donations on COVID-19 is quite remarkable, the amount of money and material donated. Turning then to Morgan Construction and Environmental Limited, Peter Kiss, President and CEO. I remember you from the spring, Peter. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I wish to thank the Finance Committee for inviting me to comment on the federal government's response to COVID-19, and particularly around the response to the energy sector. My name is Peter Kiss. I'm the owner of Morgan Construction, a heavy civil contractor operating throughout Western Canada with a focus in the oil sands. I was previously in front of you on February 6th during the pre-budget consultations where I discussed competitive tax rates, differing rules for our resources, which must compete throughout the world, Bills C-69, C-48, Indigenous opportunities, and Tech Frontier. I spoke of the economic Armageddon that is happening in Alberta. Since then, things have gotten worse. Obviously, our world has changed. My company has laid off 80% of our staff, reduced wages, and our revenues are down 87%, and I consider ourselves fortunate. I have peers and competitors where revenues are down 100%, and the staff is reduced to a skeleton management group. The difference now is the resource sector, and specifically in Alberta, is that COVID was start of the problem, and a Saudi-Russian coordinated predatory oil price war caused the price to crash, production cuts, and capital spending to cease. I would like to compliment the federal and provincial governments on their efforts thus far in providing support to families and workers via the CERB and the multitude of other measures put in place. They are certainly helpful in the near term. But when it comes to supporting business and indirectly the workers, we need to reevaluate. Businesses need 2 things only: credit or liquidity and revenue. This should be the focus. This is how people are going to get back to work. What we have seen thus far, the Canada Emergency Benefit, this $2,000 per month grant, while helpful in the beginning, needs to end. Beyond the moral hazard of paying people not to work and creating a society that lives on handouts and subsidies, it is preventing people from going back to work. It is that simple. While the story is anecdotal, workers are choosing to make less and stay at home this summer. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. This is actually a great program. It's putting liquidity into the hands of businesses and certainly helpful. I don't feel that it's keeping additional people employed, as no business is going to pay employees to sit around and do nothing, even with a subsidy. The greater hazard with this program is that the government artificially reduces input costs And over the long term, in a free market economy, the selling price is reduced. We are seeing this already. Once competitive businesses know how long the support, such as CERB, tax deferral, WCB premium, and lease reductions, is going to last, the subsidy gets worked into the selling price and creates an artificially low selling price for goods and services. Selling prices are dropping because of subsidies. While this wage subsidy should continue, it should be extended on a 1 month or even less increment, and businesses should not be allowed to plan on receiving it, and therefore it would get worked out of the price. EDC and BDC support loans. These liquidity measures have the right intent. However, they are not accessible to those companies that need it. The program needs to be adjusted to increase access and the velocity of capital as the economy opens up. This is when businesses require working capital the most. Companies don't go bankrupt, they run out of cash. The Large Employer Financing Facility, or LEAF. The entire Canadian energy sector across the prairies and in Newfoundland waited hours and days and then months for sector assistance to be announced. I believe that the LEAF program is that support and all that is coming. From what I can tell, industry can't access this capital because of the restrictions surrounding the funds. And it was like it was written by predatory lenders of last resort with the intent of taking over the business. The credit standards are too high. The interest is accelerated over time, punitive, and by creating convertible debt, the federal government is looking for a clear path to board seats on E&Ps. This is not what the energy sector or Canada needs. If we want to recover in this company, in this country, and to pay for all the COVID-related expenses, we need a viable energy sector paying royalties. We need real support now with easily accessible liquidity. Before the questions, I'll leave you with a couple thoughts. Stop the handouts. We're over the hump now, and everyone needs to get back to work. Accelerate project approvals. There are enough projects in energy, mining, and commercial waiting for federal approval to turn this economy around. Don't start paying sick leave. There are only two groups that are going to pay for this: taxpayers, since there's no such thing as government funding, and business. With 10 days of paid sick leave, 10 statutory holidays, and 2 to 6 weeks of holidays, we are not so slowly turning into Europe, but without the historical charm. Layering on more costs for our nation's businesses and taxpayers is not helpful. Finally, protect Canada's largest industry. Saudi and Russia started a price crash with predatory pricing and production. If this was steel, aluminum, automobiles, agriculture, or aerospace, we would have immediate countervailing duties, but for energy, we are left to twist in the wind. Liquidity problems in the resource sector are a direct result of foreign interference, and now they're buying our assets at a discount. If the federal government wants to help, they can start with protection. And again, we don't want handouts, we need a hand up. In conclusion, I wish to thank the federal government for inviting me to present today, and please remember, the social cost of not getting the energy sector and its 850,000 people back to work will be paid with, and not to be alarmist, the destruction of families, alcoholism and drug abuse, social welfare, and suicide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kiss. You're always direct, and we appreciate that. Before I turn to the last witness, I'll just give members the first round of questioners. We'll start with Ms. Stubbs, then Ms. Katrakis, then Mr. Brunel de Sepp, and then Mr. Julian. So turning now to Shell Canada Limited, Michael Crothers, President and Country Chair. Welcome, Mr. Crothers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of Shell Canada as a representative of our country's most critical energy sector, and as a proud Canadian whom, like you, is extremely concerned about the impacts of a dual crisis, the likes of which we've never seen. COVID-19 and the global market collapse are putting an extraordinary strain on Canada's economy, and specifically Canada's energy sector. I am concerned. But I must tell you, I'm also optimistic that with the right motivation and constructive efforts, Canada will navigate these very tough days and one day emerge even stronger. This period of crisis has deep implications for our sector and, of course, the entire Canadian economy. At Shell, our abiding priority is care for our employees and our customers, focusing first on business-critical activities that stretch from oil and gas production through to our chemical plants, refinery operations, distribution network, and right to our customer frontline in retail. Our focus is on how we can keep people safe, how we ensure they practice physical distancing as they do their work, and how we serve our customers through all this. A second key factor for us is business continuity and how we maintain those essential services we provide for Canadians. We're dealing with what has been a huge destruction of demand. As an integrated business, Shell is managing to balance our operations around that new reality while keeping people safe. Our third priority is cash preservation, which is a common theme for our sector as you're hearing today. The collapse of prices and demand has been dramatic. Like many others, we've been forced to cut back our capital programs and look at immediate reduction in operating costs. We've cut our dividend by 2/3 and eliminated all bonuses in 2020, which are up to half of executive pay. We're looking at our supply chains and other costs in our business. We're doing everything we can in the near term to get those under control while preserving jobs. Shell is fortunate as an integrated business to be able to leverage other revenue sources. However, for small upstream, mostly oil-producing players in our sector, the reality is grim. Liquidity is a key concern. How can they get enough credit to ride through this, maintain jobs, and even be there for a recovery? What's needed now is more investment and more opportunity to help those smaller companies bridge. I've been in the industry for a long time, and it's really an ecosystem that thrives on small, nimble producers on the edge of innovation and larger scale companies like Shell who can de-risk and scale up technologies and support and build on those smaller companies' developments. We need a healthy ecosystem from end to end, and that's something that the current crisis is really threatening. I'm encouraged by the swift action of governments to deal with the crisis and provide immediate relief to displaced workers, to families, and a variety of sectors in society who have had to cope with these dramatic surges in unemployment. I see opportunity to think longer term as well around how infrastructure and technology investments can support the sector, sustain our valuable resources, explore renewable energy in the mix, and achieve our longer term goals towards net zero carbon emissions. Indeed, there's a significant and growing debate about the extent to which our economic recovery should be green. Let me say it would be a grave mistake to engage such an important conversation in an environment of polarization, partisanship, and without sound reference to sound evidence as a basis for Canada's approach. Shell's focused on our part of the energy and climate change challenge. We've made a huge commitment in terms of reducing our emissions to net zero by 2050. And we've invested billions of dollars into what we call new energies, which include renewable fuels, renewable power, and other technology to help us get there. Heightened awareness of climate change for Shell is a good thing. At the same time, energy transition is a decades-long challenge that acknowledges we'll need oil and gas in the medium term. We need it in Canada, and we need it globally. It's important that we keep driving down the carbon footprint of that production as we move forward. Coming out of this, Canada must invest in innovation to help the energy sector accelerate our great track record of reducing emissions. At the same time, for Shell and across our portfolio, it's an opportune time to keep investing in clean energy infrastructure, helping to create the right conditions for more investment in biofuels, renewable power, hydrogen, carbon capture, nature-based solutions, and other areas that Shell has dramatically stepped into. Times like these reveal the true character and ingenuity of individuals and society. They demand a new level of unity, of meaningful cooperation, and of care for each other. This moment's already shown us the best of Canadians, a real coming together that builds resilience. People feel that support. They feel it from governments, they feel it from friends and family, and it's clear that they're not trying to play games for personal, corporate, or political gain. It's about working together as best we can, as companies, as people, as First Nations, as communities, as governments, to do the right thing. If we focus on that level of collaboration, I'm convinced we can move far more quickly to make Canada stronger, more sustainable, and more prosperous for all Canadians. It's an opportunity to not fall back, if you will, into the old ways, but rather build on the momentum of cooperation we'll need in the many challenging years ahead. Thank you, and I'd be pleased to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crothers, and thanks to all the witnesses for their presentations. Going then to a 6-minute round, we'll start with Ms. Stubbs. Shannon, floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Chair, and thanks to all of my colleagues for having me today. I say hello to you from my farm near Two Hills in exactly the region that Adam Waterman described earlier. And in this spirit of cooperation, I might just give some unsolicited advice to my colleagues on this committee that I do hope, after hearing the scale of the crisis as well as the outsized impact of the oil and gas sector on the Canadian economy, that this committee will do more than one meeting about this critical sector and all of the workers and families and communities it impacts. ARC Financial says after-tax income for explorers and producers will drop 96% between 2019 and 2020. And in the last 2 months, active rigs dropped 92%, while thousands of oil and gas workers lost their jobs. They continue to face precarious futures. And of course, that adds to the nearly 200,000 people who've lost their jobs since 2015. Now, the bottom line is that programs can't help workers if businesses can't or won't actually get the support. So you will know, I hope, that in the beginning of April, Conservatives called for the approval of projects already in the regulatory queue at the end of their stages, and also for emergency liquidity measures. With that in mind, Tristan, I did notice your careful wording about EPAC, as we all do, I know, supporting the intention of the loans to oil and gas employers. Of course, the $750 million methane reduction fund and the small oil and gas business loans through BDC were announced 41 days ago. And just last week, the terms and conditions were announced for the large employer financing program. So first to Tristan and then to Adam, do either of you know a single company that has accessed those programs?
So thank you very much for the question, MP Stubbs. The answer is, at this point in time, no. We continue to work with EDC, BDC, and the producers, as well as communications with financial institutions and the federal government. We certainly, the intent of particularly the EDC, BDC programs is very positive to support workers, but that positive aspect of those programs does entail access to those programs. And we are concerned about after, I think you indicated 41 days, that seems appropriate. It's certainly been many weeks, and we have still had a number of, I know of at least 30 companies that are trying to access those programs and unable yet to get access. So we would certainly hope that first access will be granted into those programs. We will lose significant jobs across this country, not just in your area or in areas where other development is occurring, but in the many jobs that rely on the energy business on a go-forward basis if those programs cannot be accessed. So it is about positive intent. Great to see the results. And I also hope transparency on this is going to be important. We need to know if those programs are being accessed, given they were put in place for workers. Thank you.
Mr. Waterman.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. With respect to the methane reduction financing, no. More broadly, to all three programs, no, I don't know. I'm not aware of a single company who's accessed the financing from methane reduction. Right now, our priority is survival rather than what our normal guiding principle of ESG. We can't meet our ESG commitments if we're not around. So any financing taking on to worsen our balance sheet, not having a direct impact on our cash position, I don't believe there would be an appetite for. And with respect to the BDC loans, no, I'm not aware. I am aware of one local producer, Cardinal Energy, who only this week had to push out the refinance of a short-term revolving facility as we await the details of this loan, because it will obviously have a material impact on the debt market within the oil and gas space. Cardinal pays about $3.5 million a year in local tax on the municipal level, as well as their employees. And their employees are left hoping that they don't turn out like Delphi Energy, who just a few weeks ago went into insolvency because of a lending issue and a lack of liquidity.
Ms. Stubbs?
Yeah, thank you. And just in the interest of time here, I'll throw out a couple of questions to each of you that you could address. I would invite you to comment on the methane reduction fund. I did notice in your annex, Tristan, that you talked about the importance of those being grants instead of loans. You could expand on that if you'd like, just for the benefit of the committee members. But also, if either one of you would be willing to address what might be specific barriers in the larger employer financing related to the rates that are offered, and as well as the required stock provisions.
Certainly, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if it's okay with Mr. Waterman, maybe I'll have a couple of comments, and then perhaps he can add in. Thank you. So specifically, we do appreciate the federal government's commitment to assist the industry on a go-forward basis in a collaborative way around methane reduction. It is key. It is important. We recognize that. And it's important from several different perspectives. First, it is important from an investment perspective. Investors are increasingly paying attention to this. It's very important around Canadian expectations and global expectations. And third, it's important just from a pure practical standpoint that we need to move forward with developing a resource that Canadians are still relying on, but yet do so in a truly responsible manner. And that program does benefit. The issue with the program that we have is, as I think Mr. Waterman indicated, was at this point in time, the loan component of that program is unlikely to be accessed just given the state of the current industry. And any situation that could convert that into a granting program will have two benefits immediately. It will help Canadian workers as industry accesses that program and puts those people to work, and it will reduce GHG emissions within the Canadian context, and thus contributing to the global concern and problem we have there.
Okay, we will have to end it there and go to Ms. Kotrakis. I would say if others want in, when a question's been answered, wave your hand and I'll try and let you in. I might see you, I might not, because I only get so much room on my screen. Ms. Kotrakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to everyone who presented today. My question is to Mr. Crothers, and it'll be a continuation or to expand on some of the testimony that we heard just a little bit more than a week ago from Mr. Ed Greenspan, who noted that the use of fossil fuels for energy production will not end anytime soon, and that it is in Canada's best interest to pursue clean and ethical sources of energy. One of Mr. Greenspan's suggestions is to invest heavily in the decarbonization of Canada's oil patch. We should regain the lead once we have a handle on the carbon capture, utilization, and storage. My question to you is, can you briefly offer some details into Shell's Quest carbon capture and storage facility? And what is this project and how successful has it been in reducing carbon emissions from crude oil production?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, this is a project that actually has become a world leader in carbon sequestration technology right here in Canada. It was started up in 2015. It's now just exceeded its 5 million ton mark of sequestering carbon dioxide in a deep aquifer underlying most of Alberta. Actually has this access. And the technology has proven itself brilliantly. It's been able to run at very high reliability. This is Canadian technology developed partly in Quebec that we've applied here. And so with this proven technology platform, Shell believes this is something that we can now really build on across the country in many places where there are such strong capabilities to match emissions with the ability to sequester carbon safely in these deep formations. Shell has made the technology open to everyone. And there's a week that's gone by until this crisis, actually, that we had people at the site from all over the world actually coming to see how it worked and learning from that. So as an opportunity for Canada, we think it's the really fundamental one to help us bridge and be part of this transition so that the emissions from existing facilities, be they petrochemicals, oil and gas production, or other emitters, cement or other production, can be captured. And while we then bridge to new energy sources, we're managing those emissions in real time. And this technology can be deployed quickly. Thank you.
Right. And has it been beneficial to job creation and to the surrounding communities?
Absolutely. So it's set up at our Scotford facility, which is a large complex of processing plants in near Edmonton. Yeah, the construction was over 600 jobs. It has an ongoing support requirement of roughly 30 jobs. But the opportunity to spin that off and to scale it is enormous for a country like Canada.
Thank you. I'd like to also, Mr. Chair, do I have time for one more to
You got 3 minutes yet. Go ahead.
Okay. Ma prochaine question, c'est...
My next question is for Équiterre. How do you see the job market evolving in the wake of COVID-19, particularly in the oil and gas sectors? What can the federal government do to ensure a fair transition for employees that might decide to change their vocations in the wake of this pandemic, mightn't they? Response. Thank you for your question, and I'd like to commend you on your French in passing. Now, it's very difficult to predict what the trends will be post-pandemic, given that the current state of affairs is new. There's no operating manual to get out of this and to recover and to rebuild. Now, that said, in my opening remarks, I referred to a downward employment trend as of 2014 that began to appear. Now, this downward trend seems to be really structural. The level of employment didn't recover after 2014. There have been ongoing and subsequent collapses and short periods of recovery after 2014, and there's no guarantee that the jobs in the sector will come back, partly due to technological innovations and changes. Now, the whole spirit of a fair transition, which is mandated by the government for the cleaning of wells, and in the spirit of environmental stewardship, that's where we see a more sustainable future in terms of jobs for some of these resource-dense regions. That said, we recognise that there is a need for a lot of employment and in this sector and labour power. And there you have it.
Okay, thank you. You got a very quick question, Annie?
Oui, s'il vous plaît. En parlant...
Yes. As far as this fair transition is concerned, how can the government support a just transition whilst ensuring that Canadians that rely on the fossil fuel sector are not left behind? Well, thank you very much for your question. In fact, in 2019, there was a consultation carried out on employees and communities that rely on coal-fired electricity. It was a very broad consultative process that I'm sure you heard about. And these communities were most hard hit, and they developed recommendations about how to engage in a successful and fair transition. There needs to be funds earmarked for this fair transition, first and foremost, but it also needs to address the structural issues in the oil and gas sectors, which are suffering.
Thank you. Thank you all. Turning to Mr. Brunel Duceppe, who will be followed by Mr. Julian. Alexi?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for all the witnesses for their remarks and for their attendance here today. I'd like to start with Mr. Crothers. Do the affected populations need to sign off on this kind of mining in a transparent manner? Is that a prerequisite to your mind? Should I ask my question again, Mr. Chair?
Sir, are you getting... You might have trouble getting translation. Are you getting the translation? Your mute is on. You're muted, Mr. Crothers.
I won't ask Mr. Crothers a question in that case.
Mr. Crothers, did you get the translation?
Okay.
Oh, we're not getting Mr. Crothers for some reason.
Yeah, apologies.
We'll not take the time from you, Lexi.
C'est gentil. Okay.
That's kind of you, Mr. Chairman. Very, very kind and considerate of you. Inaudible?
Inaudible. You couldn't get that, could you, Mr. Crothers?
He doesn't have his headset on. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, he does now.
No, I've had it. I had the English translation on my cell phone, but unfortunately it broke up partway through. So I'm sorry for that. And then I was dealing with an echo on my system here. So,
all right, Mr. Brunel Duceppe. Go ahead, Mr. Crothers.
Again.
No, okay.
Apologies.
Try it again, Alexi, and we'll see where it goes. Alexi?
Okay, parfait. Ça va bien aller.
So I'm sure this will go swimmingly now. So, Mr. Crothers, do the Shell representatives believe that, in fact, these kind of fossil fuels, that there be any mining of them be transparent and there be social acceptance of that process?
Thank you. I believe there is the potential for social acceptance of these types of projects because it depends on the standards that these companies are applying as they're doing their work. And the sector has a remarkable track record of driving down emissions in response to the needs of society. And at Shell, we're totally committed to the Paris Accord. We have made a net zero emissions commitment for 2050. And that means a complete transformation of our portfolio to actually change the products we make, but also to work with customers to move them off of fossil fuels.
I'm sorry, I don't want to spend too much of my time on this issue. I just want to know whether social acceptance is important under a public, transparent process. Thank you very much, Mr. Crothers. I'll ask the same question of the Explorers and Producers Association. Do you find that it's important that social acceptance through a public, transparent, consultative process, do you find that to be a crucial aspect?
Thank you very much. Yes, the reality is that you are going to need to make sure that you have transparent processes in place and that through those transparent processes and a commitment to what Canadians are interested in, and that is quite diverse and broad, that is one of the key future development pieces that is going to be seen in success of continued development of oil and gas.
Alexi?
Very interesting to hear your thoughts on that. Now, what about from Equiterre? Oil development, has it changed in the wake of COVID-19? Because I'm sure it's difficult to have a consultative process given the current circumstances. Response. Well, thank you very much for your very interesting question. Yes, indeed. We have called for, and we believe that it's important in line with Bill C-69, that there is a broad consultative process, and that given the current state of affairs, this broader consultative process, isn't possible. And therefore, a number of extensions were put in place, and those extensions will have to be further extended until such time as the state of affairs returns to normal after the emergency public health advice is set aside. Question. Well, the environmental assessment process is a little bit swept under the rug right now, isn't it? Response. Yes, the environmental evaluation process isn't meeting the objectives for which it was under which it was developed. So in that sense, yes, you're right. Question. And is this development dangerous for the environment? And do you think that given that there's a lack of public consultation that Canadians will suffer, environmentally speaking? Response. Well, I'm not an expert when it comes to this kind of drilling. I'm an expert when it comes to consultative processes, however, and I think that it's important to hear from all the players in the sector, those who are experts, and also from local populations that have misgivings that are legitimate ones. Mr. Chairman, how much time do I have left?
You've got about a minute and a half that we stole from your. Go ahead.
This is obviously not a rhetorical question. It's a question that we have at the Bloc Québécois. Now, how is it profitable for producers given the oil wells at the moment?
Quelqu'un veut se lancer?
Would someone like to take a stab at that?
Go ahead, Mr. Grattan.
Well, I'd also like to respond very briefly to the previous question, if I may. I should just point out that, yes, should I be putting this on the French channel? No? Okay, well, I just want to point out that based on the information that I have, there are very few projects that have been submitted to the Environmental Assessment Office. I don't think that was my exact question, sir. I wanted to know, I only have 1 minute left, sir. Unfortunately, the interpreter would point out that so many people are speaking at once that it is impossible to understand.
C'est gentil de votre part, mais c'est pas ma question.
It's very kind of you, sir, but that's not my question. Response. I will respond to your second question, but I also wanted to respond to your first question. The answer is it depends on which producer. There are some producers who will be able to weather the storm, even at the current pricing. It is possible for some, but not for others. For others, it's just not profitable, and a higher price that will be needed for them to be profitable. Question. So there's no, you're saying it depends on the producers. There's no sort of base bottom price. Response. Well, our members are well established. They've been there for years, for decades, and most of their capital expenses is paid off. So for them, it's more profitable, but it really depends on the producer and whether or not their capital expenses are paid off.
Okay. We will have to go to Mr. Julian, and Mr. Cooper will follow Mr. Julian. Go ahead, Peter.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all our witnesses who are here today. We hope that your families are safe and healthy. My first question is for Equiterre. I want to get a better understanding and handle on the slew of subsidies available right now. Have you estimated the cost of the subsidies available to the sector? That's my first question. Second question, when we look at all of the economic and climate impacts, we believe it's about 5 billion per year, the total cost. So to what extent do you see an economic impact as a result of climate change? Response. Well, thank you for your question. And on behalf of the entire Equiterre team, I hope that the families of all members of Parliament and other witnesses are safe and healthy as well. So here's my answer to your question. Now, subsidies to fossil fuel companies. This is an assessment that Equiterre is doing with our counterparts from Environmental Defence and also the Climate Action Network. And we've been doing so for a number of years. From 2019 figures, subsidies to fossil fuels in Canada are at a minimum $600 billion for 2017. And that's really the lowest lowballed estimate. There's a lack of transparency, and Economic Development Canada is providing, of course, a business credit availability program, and we hope that it's just going to be used for emergency purposes. But there's also a lack of transparency when it comes to tax subsidies and also money that is allocated for the expansion of pipelines, Trans Mountain Pipeline too.
Merci.
Thank you very much. And what about the impact of climate change on the bottom line? Response. Well, I don't have any figures at hand right now, but there is a lot of data in terms of the economic. Unfortunately, the witness is breaking up. There are deaths, pollution-related deaths. There's flood-related expenses that have never been recovered. There's also infrastructure costs. There's rising sea levels with rising temperatures and extreme climate events. And there's also the heat wave that we have in the interpreter will have to suspend service if it continues to break up.
Just to interrupt for a sec, if you could speak a little slower and maybe a little closer to your mic, Ms. Brulette. The translation team is having a very, very difficult job translating. So go a little slower, close to your mic, and as clear as you can be. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the reminder. And I was speaking a tad too quickly indeed, especially with my internet issues. So basically, again, the screen is frozen. Well, the cost of inaction is worse than anything else. Of course, the cost of climate change will be exponential with increasing impacts from year in, year out. So we're better off investing right now, and the economic recovery will require substantive investments in the economy. So the cost of inaction basically is far more expensive than acting. Thank you. You referred to transparency. In BC, there's a lack of transparency, especially vis-a-vis the Trans Mountain Pipeline. The private sector basically just completely dropped it because it's not profitable. Now, over the course of committee hearings, some witnesses have talked about monies earmarked under Export Development Canada's business account. Now, the most recent figures are to the tune of about $15 billion. So if you look at all the needs that are being felt throughout this COVID-19 crisis, and that everyone is suffering, basically, is it a good idea to allocate $15 billion to the Trans Mountain Pipeline, given all the other costs that we are incurring as a country? Is that a worthwhile expense? And what do you think of the way that this ECD business account is being used in this manner? Response.
This question, just go slow, Mr. Brulette, but I am going to let others in on this question to respond to it. So if anybody wants to raise their hand, I know Ms. Stubbs very strongly disagreed with you, Peter, but I didn't let her in. Go ahead, Ms. Brunel.
Oui.
Yes. The subsidies for fossil fuels in the midst of a crisis and even in normal circumstances is not desirable for Canada. So that needs to be said. And the use of the EDC business account, as I mentioned, and as Marc-André mentioned in our opening remarks, we have grave misgivings about the how EDC is very opaque in its activities. Canadian taxpayers need more information about the loans that are given by Export Development Canada, including through the Canada Business Account.
Okay, did anybody else want in response to that question? Is there anybody there can justify the pipeline?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Goodman.
Thank you very much. And I think first, I certainly agree with the need for transparency from both the Member of Parliament as well as the witness. I think transparency is a fundamental piece in government in all cases. Related specifically to the pipeline, this is a national infrastructure project that has been done to standards that have not been seen yet across the globe. I think it is characterized as something that was not profitable would not be accurate. I think the reality is the uncertainty within the Canadian context was the main factor for driving investors outside of the country. I do think there are opportunities there to make sure that can be done, though, within the Indigenous Reconciliation Agenda as well as the GHG reduction agenda. Thank you.
Peter, last question.
Mr. Chair, could I jump into that question as well?
Yep.
Just very quickly with respect to market access, there's an economic rationale that remains very relevant for existing production, even outside the question of expanded production in the oil sands, and that is to alleviate the sale of Canadian petroleum products at a discount to market value. I mean, at the end of the day, resources in this country belong to Canadians writ large. And for too long, oil's been being sold at a discount. And the underlying economic rationale is to curtail that discount and actually get a fair market value for the energy resource that is developed and bring that to markets in a responsible way.
Okay, I will go to Peter. Peter and I often have this discussion. I believe the Alberta discounts are over $400 billion a year. It costs the country in lost revenue. Go ahead, Peter. Floor is yours.
I'll come back to Mr. Marshall on that point. The companies that are integrated in Canada that actually do upgrading and refining don't suffer from the differential. And so economists very clearly indicate that when we're talking about the differential, it's applying to export of raw product. Companies like Suncor and Husky actually benefit from it. And so this is a debate, a long-standing debate that we'll have at the Finance Committee, but we need to have a serious debate. I think we would all agree. And when companies that are integrated and have the jobs in Canada, they do the upgrading here, they do the refining here. I'm a former refinery worker, so I know this full well. They benefit from the differential. They don't suffer from it. And so that'll be my final point, Mr. Chair, and you can. Okay. You've given me more time than I normally get. So thank you for that.
You got quite a bit of time, but I intervened a fair bit as well. We'll go to 5-minute rounds. Mr. Cooper, and then Mr. Fraser, and then Mr. Cumming. Mr. Cooper, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses. I'm going to direct my questions to Mr. Waterman. Mr. Waterman. With respect to the large employer loan program, are there specific barriers to companies participating, such as the high cost of borrowing? Would you care to comment?
Yes, I would. And to echo the witness, Mr. Kiss's point, calling it predatory, posing as predatory lending or crafted by predatory lenders, that's certainly an accurate statement. Previously, I've described the program as a Faustian bargain masquerading as a payday loan with a smile. The appointment of a board observer is a big red flag. When combined with the potential for the dilutive equity conversion, it could spell the company just signing over the entirety of the operations to the Canadian government. And I don't understand why they would ever want to be in that position, but evidently they've built the infrastructure and the deal in such a fashion. For the net zero by 2050, the level of scrutiny and monitoring that's required to participate in the loan is something over and above what the highest rated ESG companies in Canada are already doing. The administrative benefit, the administrative cost of it, we still haven't even been able to quantify. Really, we are treating it as if we're not applicable for it. The other large red flag in it is the 80-20 split between unsecured and secured. When you enter into a secured agreement, you allow everybody else in your secured lending syndicate to agree upon somebody else having a secured portion of it. So this opens up our secured agreements at a time when oil volatility is at twice historical averages. So it's not really beneficial for anybody to enter into one of these agreements at the risk of having an additional 3-4% thrown on their senior lending. And all of the senior lenders would have to agree unanimously to enter into this agreement, this additional LEAF agreement. And at a time, like I said, at a time when oil is trading at twice its normal volatility, it's just not realistic that we would enter into these programs.
Well, thank you. And just to clarify, Mr. Waterman, under the program, is it possible that the federal government could become the largest shareholder in participating oil and gas companies under the program?
Yes, it depends on the evaluation on the equity side of the business, but in a number of evaluation methods, they could, with the depressed equity prices of Canadian oil and gas producers, they could realistically become the largest shareholder in the company.
And could you elaborate on what you're hearing from member companies that the cost of the federal program is too high and that stock options make this prohibitively expensive? Are you hearing any of those things from your members?
I would defer to Mr. Tristan Goodman for that response.
Okay, Mr. Goodman.
Thank you very much. The answer is generally, if you're referring to the LEAF program, the answer is yes. It does appear that access to the LEAF program at this point in time will be cost prohibitive as well as prohibitive on the terms and conditions.
Okay, well, thank you. Now I'm going to turn to Mr. Egan. You spoke about many shovel-ready projects and their importance as we look towards a post-COVID recovery. Can you speak in that regard to the need to streamline the regulatory approval process? And also, I would note that there are some projects in the queue that have been approved by the Canada Energy Regulator, but are currently being held up by Cabinet. Could you speak to that as well?
Mr. Egan.
Yes, thank you for the question, Mr. Cooper. There, in the submission I made, we listed a number of projects totaling in the order of $8 billion, which we consider to be shovel-ready and which do not require any federal assistance whatsoever. And the biggest challenge is on the regulatory side. That challenge is in some instances sitting with Cabinet. So for instance, the NGTL project, the approval of which has been postponed for 5 months because of challenges with the consultation process. That's the largest single one we identified. Those kinds of challenges exist with others as well. There are a series of regulatory processes which, particularly in the time of COVID, need to be reviewed with an eye to putting projects in place sooner rather than later. The changes that are required do not undermine the fundamental environmental priorities of the government and would in fact move investment very quickly to projects that provide both direct and indirect employment, and more importantly, continue to guarantee the availability of the affordable energy that's so important for so many other businesses that need to restart post-COVID. And that's a point I'd just like to underline in respect to many of the previous questions and comments. The fundamental value proposition of the Canadian hydrocarbon sector is the affordable energy it's delivering to Canadians right across the country. And that energy, that affordable energy, is essential to our long-term economic recovery.
Okay, we will have to end that round there. Sorry, Mr. Cooper. Turning to Mr. Fraser and on to Mr. Cumming. Sean?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I'll start with a question for Mr. Crothers. I'll hope to ask 2 or 3 questions, if possible, if the time allows. Back to the Mr. Julian's question around the Trans Mountain pipeline and your comment that you could see our colleague Ms. Stubbs disagreed. I don't think we should be afraid of disagreement. I think it's terrific. Maybe that's the former litigator in me coming out. But our democracy is built upon it. But one of the words you threw out during your testimony, Mr. Crothers, was not disagreement, but polarization. And your hesitancy towards any kind of a pivot to a green recovery before we exit this period of polarization. One of the things that I'm deeply concerned about on this issue of polarization is that we sometimes can't see the forest for the trees, and oftentimes every project becomes a lightning rod for controversy because the advocates for a cleaner environment don't have faith that the big picture is taken care of, so they feel the need to defend the environment against a specific project. And on the other side of the equation, I hear advocates of the energy sector sticking their neck out, sometimes at risk to reputation, saying that this single project isn't going to tip the balance, so we can't let that get in the way. And where I find we're unable to find common ground, where I think most people that I've spoken to in my life, I would dare say, would agree, that we want to find a way to protect the environment, meet our climate change goals, and still develop the economy. I'm wondering what you think can be done to leave polarization behind so we can enter into that period where we're actually advancing the environmental protections. And that to me means meeting our Paris Agreement targets specifically. And I'll be the first to say we've done a lot and we should do more. But what do you think we can do that would give Canadians faith that not every project must be stopped as long as we're pursuing the bigger picture of compliance with our Paris Agreement targets and other environmental protections?
Mr. Crothers.
Thanks for the thoughtful question. I think it really is about looking at the big picture, seeing how committed we are to long-range continuous reduction in our emissions as an industry, but combined with that, understanding how excellent Canadian production is in terms of environmental performance and how low a carbon intensity that emission actually has compared to other sources of oil and gas in the world. So I think if Canadians look at that bigger picture and see the continuous improvement and the commitment to that continuous improvement, along with the high standards, I believe we should be able to find this accommodation that you mentioned around the ability to continue to grow our energy sector and also transition it over the next 20, 30 years to a different mix of energy for Canadians, but also provide that prosperity that we can uniquely still retain in the country.
So quickly, same question to our guests from Equiterre. Thank you for your advocacy on behalf of our environment. What is the best thing we can do? You mentioned accountability. Is this a national sort of a parliamentary climate emissions officer? Is this some kind of public reporting? Is it community level discussions from municipalities that are taking on climate change coordinators? What does this accountability look like that would give Canadians faith the big picture is taken care of, so we need not go to war on every single project, or is there no solution along those lines?
Merci pour question. D'abord, je voudrais juste répondre.
Unfortunately, the internet connection is very unstable. The witness will have to speak extremely slowly. And start again, please.
Du secteur pétrolier gazier ont augmenté dans le dernier inventaire. Donc, même si on réduit l'intensité carbone du baril, si on augmente la production pétrolière et gazière, le nombre d'émissions totales va augmenter. Puis ça, c'est important là, de le réduire, la valeur absolue. En réponse à votre question sur la responsabilité climatique.
Again, the internet connection is unstable. The internet connection is too unstable to interpret, and it's too choppy. I'm so sorry.
sorry, Ms. Burnett, the internet connection is really unstable. Start over and go really, really slow. You're muted.
Oui.
Just go really slow if you could.
J'ai brièvement.
Mr. Chairman, I commented briefly on the importance of maintaining hard caps for the oil and gas sector's emissions, because the greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise despite a reduction in the carbon intensity on a per barrel basis. In response to the second part of the question, Equateur believes that Parliament needs to legislate just like New Zealand and the UK did, and to ensure that our GHG emissions are statutory, that they be reviewed every 5 years, and that there be oversight by Parliament on a regular basis, which is binding, and that these reports be binding, and that an independent expert committee provide advice to the government to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
Thank you. A quick
one more
question, Sean. Yeah.
Thank you. It will be quick. To our guests from the Mining Association of Canada, I know you have been making some noise around the importance of critical minerals, perhaps in a pre-COVID environment in a lot of ways. I assume, like every other sector, there has been, you're feeling either the supply or demand shock that's going through the entire economy right now. I'm worried about our inability to manufacture certain kinds of projects that were really demonstrating opportunities for growth. I'm curious if you can highlight for us what challenges there are in the critical minerals sector, and whether there is something we need to do during this public health emergency to ensure that the supply chain remains intact for those critical minerals.
Sure. Thanks for the question. So just for clarity, so that everybody understands, critical minerals are a broad set of materials of which Canada generates a large volume. They could be in base metals. They also could be rare earths, for example. And I think the question that Sean is getting at here is particularly to do with rare earths. And so what do we need to be able to reshore and create a market for the development of these materials from Canada in through a North American or predominantly Western-based supply chain? The first thing is there are some technological challenges. And so research and development investment would be very helpful, particularly on sorting and manufacturing, but also there are downstream issues. So, for example, there's actually no current market within North America, more broadly speaking, or within Canada specifically, for the manufacturing or consumption of these materials. So when the federal government is thinking about what measures that it could put in place, I would hearken back to the presentation that I made to this committee as part of the pre-budget consultation process. And the conversation, Mr. Easter, that you and I had after that session. I'd be happy to circulate again to this group a more detailed set of recommendations that MAC has developed. But at the end of the day, we're seeking R&D investments to support Natural Resources Canada, particularly CanMet, in bolstering the technological capacity for sorting and separating these materials. And we're also seeking outside the box thinking about what the government can do to bring the types of advanced manufacturing back to Canada, back to North America, that rely on a stable supply of these materials that we have, but are looking for markets to sell to.
Okay, we will have to end it there. Turning to Mr. Cumming and then on to Peter Fragiskatis. James?
Well, thank you to all the witnesses for appearing today. And I want to focus my questions on, to start with Mr. Kiss. Mr. Kiss, you appeared at Finance some time ago and sort of led us to the problems that the oil sector was starting to see with pricing conditions and that sort of thing. And now we advance forward, and certainly your firm has been hit incredibly hard, and that tears at my heart as an Albertan. But now the relief was supposed to be here, and relief was supposed to come in the way of these loans, whether it be the BDC loans or the LEAF loan or the variety of packages that have come. Are you aware of anybody in industry that has, of those larger scale or mid-sized loans, that has applied and been successful with any of those loans or loan guarantees?
Thank you, Mr. Cumming. Short answer, no. The BDC loans, I know many people, I think actually the right question is, who's being denied and why? We've applied, we've told that we should be able to, our loan should be funded, but that's all we know. We haven't been funded. And I would imagine that many are in the same boat as me. And then as for the LEAF, as Mr. Goodman and Mr. Waterman and myself spoke about, I think the conditions surrounding the LEAF loan is it's untenable for anyone to actually take advantage of.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I want to switch gears a bit about, as you're aware, and you've been involved in this industry for a long period of time, and as we've been racking up with COVID debt of 250 billion, could be 300, could be 350, who knows where it will stop. And we've heard from other witnesses how important the resource sector will be as part of that recovery. And to listen to some of the witnesses today to talk about a fair transition, but Canada, third largest reserves on the planet, massive natural gas supplies. This is really a global issue and a global transition. Can you speak about how well positioned the Canadian oil and gas business is, and not part of the problem, and can generate the revenue that this country is going to desperately need?
Thank you. So the with the third or second large, depending on how you measure it, with our resources, and not only in the energy sector, but with minerals and timber and agriculture for that matter, we have a tremendous opportunity. The problem is we can't get our resources to market. We're building Trans Mountain Pipeline, and yes, it is economical. Otherwise, it wouldn't be getting built. It was. We could have had Northern Gateway. We could have had Energy East, and we could alleviate the price discounts that Canadian producers are paying. And all of that then turns into more resource royalties for governments, both provincial and federal, more jobs, and more taxes. That's how we're going to get out of this. If we should be doing anything right now, we should be stepping on the gas and getting our resources to market. We have a tremendous opportunity. And then when we talk about transitioning to a greener economy, I used to think that the last person with oil in the ground was the winner because you'd have energy. Well, now that's not the case. I think now you want to be the first person to get rid of it, and we should be stepping on the gas and getting rid of and selling our resources to the world while we still can, and then taking that money and reinvesting it into other areas of the economy and bailing ourselves out from all the money we're spending on COVID.
So can you also speak about, when I suggest that it's a global issue, there is still demand for energy, and the price is the price today, but the price will improve at some point in time. So for us to look at the producers that are out there, if we want to gain market share, and if we're extracting at a higher environmental standard, does it make any sense to you that we wouldn't want to participate in the global market?
Well, absolutely. It's incredibly frustrating that Canada has high environmental standards. That's not frustrating. The frustrating part is the cost at which which it costs to get our oil out of the ground. We have to mine it. We can't just drill a hole and put a pipe on and sell it. So we have the highest environmental standards. And sorry, Mr. Cumming, I lost track of your question.
The comparative to other countries that have a lower standard, so that we could gain market share with our high standards.
Sure, thank you. We're selling green oil. It's the highest environmental standards in the world. And when you compare it to oil that we're importing from various non-friendly jurisdictions, it's not even comparable. And we should be out there marketing our oil as green oil, which it truly is, and oil and gas for that matter.
Okay, you're quite a bit over, James, but I know Mr. Crothers wanted in on your previous question. Mr. Crothers?
Thank you. Just a real-life example of what you're speaking about, and that's the LNG Canada project. So Shell's lead investor in that project. It's 10,000 construction jobs, 400 full-time jobs, and it is half of the global average of carbon intensity for LNG anywhere in the world. So it shows how this resource, which is vast in northeastern BC, can get to market, and customers are now starting to demand lower carbon LNG cargoes. So this is a perfect example of what you're saying. Thanks.
Okay, thank you all. We'll turn to Mr. Fragascadas, and we may go to some single questions from Mr. Brunel Desep and Mr. Julian. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the witnesses. The rise of renewables has brought into focus, again, the discussion around peak oil. And I just wonder what witnesses based in the oil and gas sector have to say on the point about peak oil. I preface the end to my question by simply saying that I'm very sympathetic to what's going on in Western Canada right now, particularly in Alberta. I think that the discussions around peak oil, we've seen where they've come and gone. In the early 2000s, the feeling was that by this time, by 2020, the world would be out of oil. But clearly it's not. And so I just wonder what your thoughts are as individuals who work in that sector, if you could.
Mr. Chair, may I respond to that first?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yep.
Thank you. This is Mr. Goodman. First, I do appreciate your sympathies, actually. They actually mean a lot coming from various areas of the country. It is a very difficult time. It's difficult across the country, but it's been difficult prior to the COVID-19. So thank you for that. First, I would turn actually to the sort of gold standard, which is the International Energy Agency. No question, we are going to see exponential growth within the renewables sector. We're also going to see exponential growth on the natural gas side. And if you look at their projections, which are considered to be to the highest academic standard, you will see the continued use of oil on a go-forward basis. So it's not a matter of if it's going to be continued to develop. I think it's a matter of, can we improve its development using various technologies such as carbon capture and storage and others, and decarbonize the development of that and do it within a Canadian context. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Carruthers?
Yeah, we look at this from a point of view of scenarios, and looking forward over decades, how will the world's energy system transition? Now, it's pretty hard to pick a year at which you'll get into peak oil, but there definitely will be a time in the next maybe 10, 20 years when we'll see peak oil. In the interim, though, and recognizing that demand for oil will still sustain because there'll be a long tail of reduced demand over a long time, how can we meet our commitments for the 1.5 degrees limit to global warming that we need to, as a society, work towards? And that's where the concepts of really focusing in on reducing emissions now while we transition to new energy sources is something I think we can work in tandem. Thanks.
Well, how do we, if I could, Mr. Crothers, you just said something there that sparked my interest. How do we best prepare for that transition in your view? Can there be a balance between renewables and oil. And I know in your presentation and in other places you've touched on this. Your answer just now touched on that. But can we, as we think about transitioning at some point, whenever that happens in the future, what is the best way forward to achieve a result that is just and that is to the benefit of as many people as possible?
That is the excellent question. I think it has to come down to taking a holistic approach and understanding that we can transition in a measured way. We don't have to stop the oil and gas sector immediately, but at the same time, we have to recognize that we do need to make real, consistent improvement year on year as we transition to new energies. And those new energies need a lot of investment because they're very immature. They don't have the affordability for Canadians at this point. But if we invest in those while we allow the revenues to come, as we've talked about today, from our prosperity of resources we are blessed with in Canada, we can actually manage that transition in a very, I think, intelligent and very smooth way over the course of the next 10 or 20 years.
Thank you very much.
Question, Peter.
I'll let Mr. I saw Mr. Waterman's hand go up. Sir, please, I'd love to hear from you.
Thank you. I think one thing that's lost in the political dichotomy of this issue, green versus oil, is that oil is treated as a monolithic product, and that's not the case. Any scenario of an energy transition is going to have a balance of a facility able to carry a base load to complement solar and wind or any measure of renewable. Our LNG product streams are fantastic for that. They're among the greenest in the world, and that's a scenario for that. On the oil side, it behooves anybody generating policy on this issue to see the products that our barrels generate. We don't generate a lot of gasoline. So any loss in transportation, ground transportation, is not going to be a huge issue. We're great at generating jet fuel, diesel, and paving. And in any scenario where Tesla owns 90% of the market share of passenger cars, we're still needed. So even in an energy transition, our barrels are still going to be needed by the global market.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much.
As well as our LNG.
No, very much appreciated. Mr. Chair, I did see Mr. Egan's hand go up there. And,
okay, I didn't. Go ahead,
I'll leave that.
Mr.
It's
Egan.
up to you, Mr. Chair. You're running the meeting.
Go ahead, Mr. Egan, if you want to add something. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind committee members of a couple of things. The first conversation about peak suggested we were running out of these products, right? Oil and gas. And the fact is that the extraordinary technology innovation in the sector demonstrated an ability to recover enormous new supplies. We have extraordinary supplies of both oil and gas in Canada, hundreds of years of supply of both. That's a phenomenal resource advantage. And when we talk about transition, I get very troubled because the suggestion is that we're transitioning from these incredible resource supplies to something else, instead of saying, look, how can we use these incredible resources better? And there are lots of ways for us to use them better. In fact, doing so depends on the engagement of the sector, not shutting it down. So the language transition is problematic. And when you talk, Mr. Fragaskatos, about renewables, as though there's some move from one product to another in renewables, it's simply not true. First of all, every renewable is utterly dependent on the oil and gas sector. Secondly, in terms of the production of them, in terms of the production of energy from them. Secondly, renewables are utterly dependent on hydrocarbons in order to be a reliable source of energy. So they can't operate independent of it.
It's not just me, sir, that's talking about transition, the transition. The individuals in your own sector and on this panel from the oil sector are talking about a transition.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Just finish your point, Mr. Egan, and we will move along. Go ahead.
Well, thirdly, I was going to make the point that, in fact, oil and gas companies are driving renewables conversation of their own through products like renewable gas and the use of hydrogen and other things. And very often the conversation excludes those opportunities, which are in many instances the more affordable renewable options. So I just wanted a few points of clarification about how the language is used and what it means for the oil and gas sector.
Okay, with that, we'll have to move along. Before I go to you, Alexia, I do have a couple of questions here of clarification, really. Mr. Goodman, you earlier said that key is going to be investment capital, and I'm just wondering, where do we go as we come out of this pandemic? And Mr. Kiss, earlier, you made the point who is being denied and why. I wasn't sure whether that was on the wage subsidy or it was on something else. So you'd clarify that. And lastly, Mr. Kiss as well, you said on the LEAF program that it's not accessible for those that need it. Can it be fixed? And if so, how? So I'll first start with Mr. Goodman. On the investment capital, what can be done there? How do we get it? And then turn to Mr. Kiss. Mr. Goodman.
Thank you very much. So first, the investment capital will depend on continuing with this existing policies on Indigenous reconciliation and GHG emissions. And, there's a commitment around that. I think it helps investors feel comfortable. We will need strong performance on ESG to showcase instead of sort of waving our arms around how good we are. I think we need to actually demonstrate that to independent sources. And finally, with those pieces in place, we will need positive, constructive feedback from the most highest levels of this government to indicate that this country does want that investment capital within those areas. This has been successful, for example, and Mr. Carruthers raised this with LNG Canada, tremendously positive from all perspectives, whether you look at that economically, Indigenous, or from a perspective of GHGs. There's a lot more we can do around those. And we need to also get the existing pipelines that have been approved through and constructed. Thank you.
Mr. Kiss, if you could clarify.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the when I said the real question is to ask who is not qualifying, that was around the companies applying for the BDC, EDC, and LEAF loans. And so I think it would behoove the government to find out why people aren't successful, and then the system could be tweaked accordingly. And then, can the LEAF program be fixed? I'm sure it can. I think that, I don't want to say, I guess lowering, the way it is set up right now, it's too difficult and for the large employers to qualify. And if they do qualify, there's convertible debt, and that and the convertible debt turns into shares, and then you end up with the government on your board, as Mr. Waterman also talked about. I think that making it easier and more accessible to companies that need it, that's the key.
Okay, Alexi, Mr. Brunel Dezep, do you have a single question? And Peter Julian, a single question. Alexi?
Oui, merci, Wayne. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you, Chair. I'll be very quick. I have a question for Équiterre. I'd like to have their opinion on the bill tabled by Ms. Michaud, C-215, as regards the Paris Accord. Can you tell me what you think of that bill? Thank you for this question. As I mentioned earlier, Équiterre is in favor of legislation whereby you would integrate all objectives of the country within the Paris Accord. These objectives, we are thinking on them, and we're aiming for 2015, where we would have a zero emission. We are in favor of the bill, and this bill we may need to speak how to implement these objectives.
Peter Julian, and I know Michael McLeod always has a question on mining in the north, so I'll end with Mr. McLeod. Peter?
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to our witnesses. I mentioned earlier, I come from the refinery, Shell, Burnaby, and it's important to me that workers can transition to clean energy sources. It's extremely important that we invest in that so that those jobs become a priority when we're transitioning. But I have a question for Équiterre. You mentioned that it would be extremely important at the end of the crisis, the COVID-19 crisis, that we invest. We've heard about public transit, and it's under attack for lack of action on the part of the federal government, but there's also the health sector. We see what's happening in these long-term care homes in Quebec, as well as in seniors' residences in Ontario, and how important it is to put in place a public network that is fully funded. Now, should we have these two priorities in our sights at the end of the pandemic? Thank you for this question. Absolutely. I certainly cannot speak against what you've just mentioned. We need to invest there. We have to have a strong public system, be it the health system. We see it during this pandemic, how much Canadians rely on the healthcare system. So it's very important to never lose sight of that. About public works now, the electricity grid is extremely important, and that brings me to energy, and we've debated this at length today. If I may, I'd like to add something to that. We talked about it being affordable. It's not only affordable that is important. It has to be both clean and affordable. That is what we need, so that any harm due to fossil fuels, for instance, do not continue to create an environmental crisis. And finally, if I may add, Mr. Kiss earlier mentioned that we were going to become a European country. Well, I can tell you that we in Montreal, specifically Quebec, we already have a cousin over in Europe, don't we? So we have no problems with being compared to Europe. And we also agree that all those who are affected by COVID-19 should have 10 days sick leave. So thank you, Mr. Julian. You managed to negotiate this with the Liberal Party. So thank you for this.
Thank you both. Mr. McLeod, we'll wrap it up with you. As always, there's an interesting debate on many subjects. And I believe Mr. Egan wants in, but I'll let Mr. McLeod ask his question first, and then we'll bring you in, Mr. Egan. Go ahead, Mr. Michael.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the presenters. I wanted to ask a quick question to Mr. Marshall from Mining Association Canada. I was very happy to hear that you talked about the safety of the workers and community safety as top priorities. In the north, people want to work, but they're worried about transit workers coming into the projects and the virus spreading. So the mining operations had to adapt to a very new and very challenging working environment. And I wanted to share a little bit how your sector has responded and adapted to ensure that safety is there for everyone. I see Arnico Eagle piloted an on-site rapid testing center at its mine in Nunavut. COVID-19 is happening in Gahcho Kué Mine, Snap Lake Mine, Diavik. How is this, and is this something mine camps across the country should be considering?
Mr. Marshall.
Thank you for the question. I think I'll start by saying it's not only things that different mining companies across the country are considering. I'd say it's things that our membership has been working very collaboratively on to ensure that best practice is shared, that the learnings from one company can be transmitted to others, so that the maximum level of safety and precautionary measures can be put in place to protect employees and protect communities in and around which our members operate. What are they doing? What are our members doing? You mentioned a few examples. Socially distanced practices at mine sites, ensuring that people are the 6 feet apart on buses, limited capacity for transportation across sites. But it's not just on sites. We're also talking about measures whereby the entire logistics supply chain that involves the transportation of people and goods has had to adapt. So, for example, we can take Rio Tinto with respect to the Diavik mine. They have put in expanded and adjusted shift rotations for their employees, whereby there is assessments before people board planes, when they get off site, multiple aspects of engagement, whereby cases can be identified. And also, there's a series of companies have identified to minimize the act of individuals have symptoms, and then ultimately tracing has been put in place, or opportunities for tracing and programs for tracing have been put in place to help manage the safety of employees on site. So, hugely important part of our industry's commitment to the communities they operate.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Egan, you wanted to make a quick point, and then we'll have to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to say that beaucoup de Canadiens ont des cousins de cousines.
Many Canadians, there is a quality sound problem. The interpreter does not have access to sound, so the interpretation will be briefly interrupted until the technical problem is solved.
There's a problem. There's a problem on translation there, Mr. Egan.
All right, I took the liberty of switching to French. I'll stay in English. I was saying that cousins in Europe. Mine happened to be in Ireland, but we all have them all over. But I assume Monsieur Vieux was referring to the people of France. And as I've noted for the last year, there have been protests on the streets of France virtually every weekend, principally about energy affordability. So it is front and center for most people around the world. And
okay, point's been made. We're not going to get into that debate here. Point's been made. Look, we are a little over time, and we have a minister waiting on the next panel, plus finance officials for their biweekly report on how much money is being spent on this pandemic. So, look, on behalf of the committee, I do want to sincerely thank you all for your presentations today. We've had an interesting discussion. I hope we can come out of this with balance at the end of the day and have a viable energy industry and also move ahead on our environmental concerns. We just have to address these issues jointly. With that, thank you again for the evidence, and we will suspend until the next panel. Thank you. Suspended.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, panel number 2, and as everyone certainly in this delegation knows, we're meeting on the government's response to COVID-19 to the COVID-19 pandemic. We do thank you for the biweekly report, which is getting longer every 2 weeks. That's a sure thing. So first, to start off, we have the pleasure of having with us for the first 45 minutes Minister Fortier, who's the Minister of Middle Class Prosperity and Associate Minister of Finance. We'll go to your opening remarks, Minister, and then we'll go to a series of questions. Following that, we'll meet with finance officials. Floor is yours. Welcome.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, bonsoir tout.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, let me thank you and thank the members of the committee for their continuous work all along this pandemic. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon, and I'm glad to see that we have our officials with us. As we know, COVID-19 continues to be a serious threat to society. It threatens individuals, society, and our economy.
Time, our government has been taking quick and decisive action. We have been offering support directly to workers and to businesses to protect jobs and to support our economy. We continue to listen to workers and businesses to ensure that the emergency programs respond to the needs of Canadians. Over the past 2.5 months, we have consulted extensively with stakeholders, parliamentarians, some of whom are in this room. We have held town halls and we have spoken directly to Canadians. I have personally attended over 18 roundtables and town halls to get a true understanding of how COVID-19 has impacted our country. These engagements have spawned the country from Moncton and Windsor to Regina and Kelowna, just to name a few. I have spoken with diverse cultural organizations and key economic stakeholders. And just yesterday, I heard from youth on how this crisis has impacted their lives. We have listened to community and business leaders, workers, and employers. The feedback we have heard on the ground has played an important role in shaping our response to this crisis. We have had an open door policy and have continually updated programs and measures to reflect the realities faced by families and business alike. The historic support measures we have implemented have been designed, developed, and delivered directly to Canadians in record time, thanks to public servants who have been working around the clock. I can proudly say that Canada has one of the most comprehensive plans in the G7. Dans le cadre de son intervention rapide et de grande envergure,
in the framework of this very rapid and very broad response, the government has put $150 billion of assistance and emergency relief to the public directly. The economy will be much better off when the pandemic is over. We have provided benefits for all sectors of the economy, individual businesses, small and large. We are assisting students and their parents who have to reconcile the various impact of the COVID-19 on their family and professional life. And we are being very vigilant to ensure that no one is left behind. In all areas of the country, the CERB offers temporary assistance to help them with their lost wages or lost their jobs or got furloughed because of the COVID-19. Over 2 million Canadians have asked for the CERB currently in all provinces, territories, and Indigenous communities in order to assist Indigenous communities with health issues. We have announced just last week further supplementary of $75 million to Indigenous organizations who offer services to their co-citizens, both in urbanized areas and on reserve. This brings the amount to $340 million by way of assistance to Indigenous communities.
Subsidy, the CEWS, will allow eligible Canadian employers who have been affected by COVID-19 to receive a subsidy of 75% of employee wages. This wage subsidy will enable an employer to rehire workers previously laid off as a result of COVID-19, help prevent further job losses, and better position them to resume normal operations following the crisis. To date, this program has already supported over 2 million Canadian workers maintain their paychecks and their relationship with their employer. And we continue to listen to Canadians and take their input on ways to improve our emergency measures. We understand that families are struggling with added costs as well. And many parents are now trying to balance work and caring for their children all from home. That is why last week, families would have received a one-time special CCB payment of an additional $300 per child, delivering almost $2 billion in extra support across the country to help families during this challenging period. We know that the pandemic has brought extra costs for low and modest income Canadians too, and they need some support as well. As one of our first measures, we announced a GST credit top-up that was delivered in April and provided financial support to these Canadians, including over 4 million seniors. And earlier this month, we announced that seniors who receive old age security will automatically receive a tax-free payment of $300, and those who receive the guaranteed income supplement will receive an additional $200 of tax-free support. To help property owners and businesses that rent from them, we launched the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance for small businesses, with applications opening this past Monday, May 25th. Now, this program provides property owners the opportunity to do their part in helping small businesses and their employees succeed in these challenging times. We're all in this together, and that's why the government is stepping up to provide rent relief to businesses while property owners maintain rental income through this crisis. We have heard from business, big and small, that the availability of credit is critically important to ensure they have the ability to continue to grow their businesses once the immediate health emergency has passed. This includes the Business Credit Availability Program that is available to mid-sized companies with larger financing needs. Support for mid-market businesses will include loans up to $16 million per company and guarantees of up to $80 million. Through the BCAP, Export Development Canada and the Business Development Bank of Canada will work with private sector lenders to support access to capital for Canadian businesses in all sectors and regions. We have taken steps to help small business that require support to help pay their fixed costs. The Canada Emergency Business Account has helped hundreds of thousands of businesses through a partially forgivable loan. And we heard from businesses that there were those who originally could not qualify, and we took the necessary steps to expand eligibility to help those in need. Nous avons également annoncé les...
We've also announced an extension of the emergency funding for enterprises, including smaller ones who are owner-owned. The extension of this measure will help all business protect jobs on which Canadians depend. Changes brought to this business package will allow a greater number of smaller enterprises access to interest-free loans, which will help them with administrative and overhead costs in this period where the incoming cash flows are less. Given the reaction we've had to the program throughout the country, this funding will be extended to a number of businesses. Mr. Chair, I'd also like to talk to you today about the LEAF program, the Large Employer Emergency Financing Fund.
People are getting a little impatient. I can see it. We're a little over time, but I'll let you finish. But it's my understanding that you can stay for the first 6 questioners. I believe you can take a little extra time. Is that correct? Floor is yours. Go ahead. Complete your statement.
Alors, merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai presque.
Thank you. I'm almost finished with my initial statement. So we're helping all businesses in Canada, small, medium, and large. The latest program is Large Employment Emergency Financial Fund or Facility, and we will do as much as we can, as long as we can.
In institutions critical to fight against COVID-19. And we have also announced $450 million to help researchers and research institutions to bridge to better times. I can share with members of the committee where this program is going to. We've also invested the launch of the Fish Harvester Benefit, a program worth up to $267.6 million to help provide income support for this year's fishing seasons to eligible self-employed fish harvesters and sharepersons, crew who cannot access the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. Monsieur le Président, depuis le début de la pandémie, de la COVID.
Since the onset of this pandemic, we have concentrated on supporting businesses and individual Canadians. We'll continue to do all possible to assist Canadians and Canadian businesses to fight this storm and to get out of it in a good shape. Thank you very much. I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I'll list out all the questioners so people know where they're at in the six-minute round. We'll start with Mr. Kelly, then Mr. McLeod, Mr. St. Marie, and Mr. Julian. And there will be 2 5-minute rounds. The first one will be Mr. Cumming and Mr. Cooper will split their 5 minutes, and Ms. Koutrakis will wrap it up with the minister. Starting with you, Mr. Kelly. Pat, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for coming. It's good to see you, and I'm glad that in your opening presentation you mentioned specifically the BCAP program, because I asked Minister Morneau 2 questions about that on May 13th, and he refused to answer them. So I hope that you're the minister that knows the answer to some of these questions. On the BCAP program, the EDC portion, how many loans have funded so far?
Your mic's on, Madam Minister.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your questions. And first of all, our government has taken swift and immediate action to support Canadian business through this challenging time. And I want to add that the BCAP program is providing critically important liquidity to small and medium businesses to help cover their operational costs.
But Minister, we've heard reports that almost no loans have actually funded under that program. I'll bring to your attention a conversation that I had this morning with a business in my own riding that expressed frustration on about being able to actually access that program. And you didn't answer my question, so I'm going to ask you again: how many loans have actually funded under the EDC part of the BCAP program?
Thank you. And we know that this program is an enormous team effort done in partnerships with over 100 financial institutions. And money from this program is flowing, and businesses across the country are receiving the important support they need. These are large loans that require important due diligence and adjudication by financial institutions. And additionally, there's an often
we'll have
a delay.
to go back to
Minister,
Pat, Minister.
when this program was announced, the guarantee from EDC was announced as a way to expedite this process and ensure that these loans can actually be made very quickly. So I'll settle for an approximate number. I mean, is it more than 0? Is it more than 10 loans? Do you know even the range of loans that might have actually been funded and actually gotten to a business that needs the money right now?
Thank you for your question. And what we can say is that applications have been received and liquidity support is already flowing to businesses in need. And we know additionally that there's often a delay between a financial institution approving a business and reporting through the BDC and EDC. So we will continue to be open and transparent as full and accurate information becomes available, MP Kelly.
It might have been better to just say we don't know, and we could move on to something else if you don't know the answer to that question. Another question that I put to Minister Morneau that he didn't answer was whether or not Canada's AAA credit rating is secure.
Currently, we still have our credit credit, and we will continue to make sure that we have a strong economy to keep that AAA credit.
Do you know what the cost to Canada's debt service will be in the event of a downgrade?
So as we know, since the beginning of this crisis, we have prioritized families, Canadians, businesses, and we are making sure that they can go through and weather this storm with all of the programs we have presented. And again, in the report today, as you know, we have increased participation for those programs, and we will continue to make sure that we support Canadians and businesses during this crisis.
What will the deficit be this year? We've had a report from the PBO. The latest report now says $260 billion. Do you agree that that's the correct number?
Madam Minister?
Oui, pardon. Alors, je voudrais peut-être également du paiement.
Yes, we are helping people pay the rent. They're put food on the table. We know that the situation for Canadians is not very solid, but the economy is good, and we are assisting them get through this pandemic. We are firmly engaged to continue to assist Canadians and use all means possible to help them.
Kelly.
Well, Minister, you didn't answer any part of my question. I asked you about the Parliamentary Budget Officer and their estimate of the deficit for this year. I wondered whether you concurred with the Parliamentary Budget Officer.
Madam Minister. Madam Minister?
Yes, sorry, it takes time to unmute. First, thank you, MP Kelly, for your question. We thank the PBO for his work on behalf of parliamentarians and all Canadians. And given the truly unprecedented events of the past few weeks, a very high degree of uncertainty surrounds any economic or fiscal forecast presented at this time.
Okay. Last question, Mr. Kelly.
With just one question left, I want to go back to the BCAP. Do you insisted that money is flowing under this program, yet you would not affirm whether loans have been made, or you don't have any kind of number? What percentage of the allocation for that program is flowing? Is half the money out? Is a quarter of the money out? Do you know, if any, what proportion of the money is already out, and if not, are you certain that money is indeed flowing as you insist?
Go ahead, Minister.
Alors, merci encore pour la question. Et vous savez, c'est...
Thanks you once again for the question. It's very, very important for businesses to know that this is available, and the demand has been high. We have received the applications and money has started flowing. We will continue to be open and transparent in communicating the information, complete and full information, and so far as we received applications.
Okay, thank you both. Turning to Mr. McLeod for 6 minutes, followed by Mr. St. Marie. Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for joining us today. I want to also say thank you for the work that you've done and Cabinet has done to help us through this pandemic. Much like this pandemic is affecting all regions of the country differently, I believe the federal government's economic recovery should also reflect the existing distinctions that we have across the country. Our territorial governments have been very vocal in voicing and pointing to some of the gaps. In the north, we've been very fortunate that we have limited health impacts as a result of the COVID-19. In the last couple of months, however, this issue has compounded our already existing high cost of living and our large service and infrastructure gaps. I wanted to ask if the government is prepared to assist in addressing these unique recovery challenges faced by the territories in Canada.
Well, first, thank you also for your representation. I know we've been talking since the beginning, and to better understand the realities of northern communities, and also making sure that we understand the needs and realities of the communities. And we know that since the beginning of this crisis, our government has made investments of $305 million for the distinctions-based Indigenous Community Support Fund to help address the immediate needs in First Nation, Inuit, Métis Nation communities. And also we've invested in $75 million for Indigenous organizations providing services to Indigenous peoples living in urban centers, and also off-reserve, who support more community-based projects that address the critical needs of Indigenous populations. And also, we've provided these programs like the wage subsidy, where we believe that it will be taking the opportunity to bring, because of the recent changes that our government business supports have made, the Indigenous-led business eligible are now for the 75% wage subsidy. Now, these are tools that will help make sure that the community stays strong, and that we can, and the businesses will be able to stand strong and continue after this part of the pandemic. So I think that we've also, with the economic emergency response, the idea is to make sure that business are still having their employees, so that when we start recovery, we'll be in a better position.
Yeah, and I think as we move to economic recovery, we in the north are going to need more flexibility on cost sharing of projects. We're going to need allocation of recovery programs focused on a base plus type of per capita formula. Are those things something that you would consider?
Well, again, I would tell you, and thank you for the question. Currently, we're still providing emergency support to businesses, Canadians, to weather this crisis and make sure that we continue to flatten the curve. I know that in northern communities, it's a good story for now, but we can't let that go. We have to make sure that we are in the best position possible when we start recovery. So I believe that at this time we are concentrating on making sure we support all Canadians and businesses and workers. And when a due time comes and we have better certainty of what will be the next steps, we will be able to bring different options to make sure we support northern communities.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's it, Michael. Then turning to Mr. St. Marie. Gabriel?
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour, Madame la...
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Minister, for being here this afternoon. I'd also like to recognize and acknowledge the Deputy Minister and all the officials who are here to assist us. Now, my question bears on the supplementary EI funding. Well, thank you for the question. We know that since the onset, the government has been prepared and willing to use the CERB on one part to help all Canadians, Québécois, Quebecers included, put food on the table. And we also wanted to ensure that they might have an extra $1,000 available to people who might be working on a part-time or basis, but at a much lower rhythm. We feel that we are assisting all Canadians and Quebecers to get by if they use these funds correctly. Now, before the CERB was put into place, a lot of businesses, larger ones for the most part, sort of guided their employees towards the employment assurance. And then now that these have been topped up, rather than 55%, thanks to the employer's part, they can get up to 80% of their salary. Now, regardless of the arrangements made by this by the state with these companies, they didn't get back in touch with it's been total silence since then to see what the uptake and what the response has been. So businesses have decided to maintain its silence, and we don't know where the employees stand at this point. So thousands of workers will have to reimburse this emergency benefit. When we heard at the Finance Committee that many larger corporations with thousands of employees are facing this problem, workers are going to be obliged to return the benefit because the salary might be over the threshold and they're not, in fact, eligible. So how is the government going to resolve that situation? Once again, thanks for that background information, and we are in extraordinary times right now. The government has put in place a number of measures, not only to support individuals, but to support businesses as well during this unprecedented situation. As a guiding principle, we wanted to ensure that no Canadian will have to worry about paying the bills, paying the rent, or being able to feed their families. And to reach this objective, the government decided to assist not only Québécois and individual Canadians, but also the health system. So in our economic plan, we've put several measures into place. The CERB, the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit for individuals, granting $2,000 to individuals who cannot work or because of COVID-19. And those who can work or are able to would get a supplementary $1,000. And in order to support employers, we offered the CEWS, Canadian Emergency Wage Supplement. And as I said before, more than 2 million Canadians have access to this benefit. We had to find ways and means to support Canadians, and this is why we established these programs. We will continue to support Canadians. Yes. Now, if businesses are going to use the CEWS, the CEWS, that's resolve some of the problems, most of them perhaps, and they can perhaps reestablish a salary for their employees. But there are some situations where the businesses are not admissible for the first period. Salaries were kept coming in, let's say for March, and the last 2 weeks of March or the last week of March, everything stopped. So they don't qualify at this point. They called Service Canada, some of these businesses, or sent emails. It just went into the void, no answer. I think the simplest thing to have done was for the first few months, why not just, as we do for employment insurance, the CERB not be considered as a revenue, an earned income. The business takes it in their income. They pay the supplement to their employees so that they have more than 55%. Government changes its programs and the criteria for these programs without telling the businesses about it, and then they have to reimburse the $2,000. So what you're telling us now, if it goes over $1,000, that's it. You've done your share and you wash your hands of it. Is that what you're saying? Well, thank you for the question. Well, this gives me an opportunity to mention that not only the CEWS has been accepted by over 200 million Canadians. 2 million Canadians, obviously, but in many sectors of the economy. So we widened it, and we also extended it to the 29th of August, 12 weeks, so that Canadian workers continue to get this support. This will give employers more confidence. They'll be continually supported, and we are consulting the main representatives of the business world and the unions to see how we can adjust the program and fine-tune it. 35. Let's say the threshold or the ceiling would be 35%. And if following these consultations we arrive at some consensus, we can try to maximize employment. Canadians and businesses have to participate in this consultation so that we get it right. And we're online currently.
Actually, a minute over. You did well. We'll turn now to Mr. Julian, and then we'll go to a 5-minute round, starting with Mr. Cooper and Cummings combined. Peter.
Madame Fortier, and to all of the public servants that are here today, we hope that your families continue to be safe and healthy, and we appreciate you being here today. I want to come back to your initial points, Madame Fortier. You talked about responding to needs across the country, and yet the Prime Minister has indicated that the CERB, which has really been the foundation of the emergency supports for this country, will basically start to expire in the coming weeks. The government has no intention of providing additional supports. Can you confirm that? And could you also confirm that the government will keep its commitment around people with disabilities that was contained in the motion that was passed unanimously last month in Parliament, and provide additional supports for people with disabilities? We are a long way from this pandemic being over. People need supports. The government should not be rolling back the supports. They should actually be reinforcing them.
Madam Minister, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you. I hope your family is well too. My 3 kids are around here today, so they're really impressed with what's happening with our committee. I just want to say that, of course, currently we've been providing support for families and individuals to make sure that they can they don't have to worry about putting food on the table, paying their rent, or even, paying their bills. So that is why we provided this Canadian Emergency Response Benefit. And this support helps to ensure that Canadians and businesses make it through the crisis, and that they're able to quickly rebound and restart our economy when it's over. And our government will continue to do whatever necessary to support workers, businesses, and our economy as we deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. And as for
We'll have to go back to Mr. Julian, Minister.
I gather that means that the CERB will continue, and I certainly hope that the people with disabilities will receive their long promised commitment for additional supports. But that contrasts with what we've learned over the last few days in this government support for the banking sector. We received yesterday from OSFI a response to our question from last week. about the supports that are being provided to the big banks. The letter is lengthy, but talks about 3 programs, and the sum total of supports, including regulatory relaxation, is $750 billion. That's $750 billion. The banking sector, as you know, this week announced substantial profits, $6 billion in profits for the first quarter in the midst of a pandemic. The banking sector has not reduced its interest rates to zero like the credit union movement has. They have not provided for interest-free, penalty-free, fee-free deferrals. And so they're continuing to make money hand over fist. My question is very simple. This government has tools and this government has powers that allow them to rein in the big banks that are profiteering during this crisis. Why are you not choosing to use those tools?
Thank you again for the question. And since the beginning, and our government has been in close contacts with Canada's banks and even credit unions in order to coordinate our response to COVID-19. And as for the big banks, they have committed to work with their customers on a case-by-case basis to find solutions to help them manage hardships caused by COVID-19. And as a first step, this support includes up to a 6-month payment deferral for mortgages and a reduction in credit card rates that are impacting customers. So we are continuing to engage with banks, also all financial institutions like credit unions who are helping us service many of the programs that we are bringing forward for businesses. And we will continue to work with the banks to make sure that they provide the necessary supports for those businesses who apply. I would maybe invite the Deputy Minister or anyone in the public servants that might want to add on the specifics.
I actually, thank you. I do have another question, so I'll go to that, and I'll re-ask my question to the civil servants who are here later on when you're not here, Madame la Ministre. My third question is around the LEAF program. This basically has no cap, and it provides bailout support to Canada's largest corporations. As you know, they can use tax havens. That's not excluded. And the concerns around the LEAF program include the fact that it includes 2 years interest deferral and a substantial possibility, as we've seen with this government, that the loan will actually turn into a gift. We saw this earlier in the year, $196 million forgiven, and for reasons of commercial confidentiality, the government has not released the name of the company that received this gift. What percentage of the LEAF program to Canada's largest corporations do you intend to see forgiven?
Madam Minister.
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question. I'll try to respond in French. Major corporations in Canada hire millions of Canadians, and we have to work with them to get through this crisis and so that they can continue to support Canadian families. The principles on which we were based was to protect the worker. So we developed the criteria and tried to create the conditions where we can assist the businesses to keep their employees employed or keep their employees as employees. So anyone who is going to evade taxes will suffer the consequences. There are a number of conditions that they must fulfill, and these benefits are not going to be made available to any corporation or business that has been found culpable of any kind of tax evasion. This program is a last recourse, a last resort program, and we want to protect workers throughout the country.
Sure, we'll now go to a 5-minute rounds. We'll go to 2 5-minute rounds and then release you, Madam Minister. So splitting their time will be Mr. Cooper and Mr. Cumming. Mr. Cooper, you're up first.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just cut me off after 2.5 minutes so Mr. Cumming gets equal time. I'd like to ask the Minister for Middle Class Prosperity exactly how much middle class taxpayers paid the failed former CEO of the Canada Infrastructure Bank in the way of bonuses.
Madam Minister.
Thank you for that question. And, the change in leadership at the CIB signals a new phase in the development of the bank as we work to build modern public infrastructure, create jobs, and make Canada more globally competitive. And the bank is conducting, Mr. Chair, CEO Pierre Lavallée should be thanked for all of his contribution in standing up for this new institution, which is mandated to find innovative...
Should be proud to heading Mr. Cooper.
Yes. Madam Minister, it has been reported that there is a schedule of 6-digit bonuses paid to Mr. Lavallée. Can you confirm exactly how much taxpayers are on the hook for bonuses for this failed former CEO?
Thank you for the question, and I can confirm that the compensation range for the CEO is set by the bank and is a matter of public record. So thank you very much.
Well, then, Madam Minister, can you please provide the figure? We're talking about a CEO who left in the middle of his term, an infrastructure bank that has failed to meet any of its targets. We're talking about a bank that is capitalized by taxpayers. Canadian taxpayers have a right to know just how much was he paid.
Madam Minister.
Listen, there has been a change in leadership, and that's a new step in the development of this bank. And in answer to your question, I can tell you that this is fixed by the bank and it's part of the public record.
Cumming.
Thank you, Madam Minister, for being here today. I wanted to see if you can give me an answer to a question that I've been asking related to the CEBA program and the changes that have been made so that entrepreneurs that are sole proprietors or they pay through dividends can achieve can realize on these loans. When will this be available? They need some certainty. When will this program actually be available for them?
Madam Minister.
Thank you for that question. And as we have said since the beginning, we have been listening to small businesses and entrepreneurs across the country, and we are responding to them. And we announced earlier 2 weeks ago an expansion to the eligibility criteria for CEBA to include many owner-operated small businesses. And we will continue to work on potential solutions to help business owners and entrepreneurs who operate through their personal bank accounts or yet have filed their tax return, such as newly created businesses. Thank you very much for sharing that concern that you have.
Well, the concern I have is they can't get a date. And the problem is that they're trying to run their businesses and they can't find from you as a minister, from the Minister of Small Business, from anybody when that will happen. So please, I'm hoping that with this date will happen in due course. Now, going back to some of the loans, the EDC guarantees, where my colleague had asked you several times for some kind of information on how those loans are going. And your testimony suggests that business is flocking to these loans. We just had a panel on that suggested that they can't think of anyone that has received the loans, anybody that has received a guarantee, and that the program is not effective. Is there any chance you can at least tell us how many applications there are, how many applications have been turned down? Surely someone knows.
Madam Minister, last response.
Alors, encore une fois, je vais.
Once again, I will mention it. We do know that this program is utterly important. We're talking about loans with due diligence, and financial institutions have received applications, and credits and loans have already been given to businesses. We want to provide specific information as soon as we get this information.
And turning to Ms. Koutrakis, 5 minutes to wrap it up with the minister. Annie, floor is yours.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The interpreter would like to inform you that the sound is far from being clear. So
perhaps try moving your mic around. You're not coming through clear at all to the interpreter.
Est-ce que c'est mieux maintenant?
Yes, it's a bit better.
Mieux maintenant?
I would say there, try it now.
Est-ce que c'est mieux? Oui?
Hey, take your hand off the mic though. There, okay, try it now.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Alors, merci beaucoup à
The interpreter will endeavor to do her best given the bad quality of the sound. Thank you, Madam Minister, for the hard work from you and from your team during this unprecedented time. I have some questions. Firstly, what do you hear during your virtual meetings across the country? What are the main concerns of the middle class from one ocean to the next to the next? Thank you for this question. Thank you also for your leadership, not only in your writing, but at the Finance Committee. We do know from the outset that I've held 18 public meetings, but I've had the privilege of sharing and listening a lot of mayors across the country with chambers of commerce, businesses, entrepreneurs, and from the outset, we were trying to listen to them so we can improve our programs. How can we make sure that no one falls in the cracks of the system? And during one of these first consultations in Western Canada, in Surrey, I was told that the loan program for businesses was a little too strict, and some businesses couldn't use that program and submit an application. So we've made sure to expand eligibility criteria so businesses can now have access to the Business Credibility Program. So today, more than 633,000 businesses have access to a loan up to $40,000. Now, the wage subsidy. Let's remember, we were talking about 10% in the first version of the CEWS. We've received several suggestions from parliamentarians, from people across Canada, and also during my meetings with representatives of the chambers of commerce. They said that percentage isn't enough. It won't help us going through this crisis. So the government decided to go ahead and allow 60% of wage subsidy. This is a huge change. We started at 10% and we ended up with 75%. So we were listening to the comments, and we've decided to expand even more these criteria lately. What about Canadians who are frustrated, have anxiety, or have difficulties at the moment? How can we ensure them that the federal government will support them till the end of the crisis? I'm not hearing anything. Does anyone hear something? Well, the question is very important. From day one, the government has given health and security priority, and the government collaborated with provinces and territory to make sure that there is national consensus, and that did reduce anxiety for Canadians. They know that their interests are a priority. And given all the subsidies we're providing, including the one of last week for those having children, they have 300 more per children. Seniors who will soon receive $300 more for old age security, or $200. So we were listening, and we are focusing on Canadians during this unprecedented crisis.
Thank you for your appearance, Madam Minister, and thank you and officials for the work you do. I will say, I do like those pictures on the wall behind you against that yellow background. If that soil was a little redder, it could represent PEI. Thank you again. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you. It was my mother's art, just so you know, Mr. Chair.
Okay, good. Well, it's very, very good. Then we will now turn to officials, and we have with us representatives from the Canada Revenue Agency, Department of Employment and Social Development, and Department of Finance, many of them who have appeared before us in recent weeks. And I do want to say a sincere thank you to officials for the work you're doing during this pandemic crisis. Long hours, short nights, and long weeks, I know. So we really respect the work that you do. Are you on the line, Mr. Polyev? I know you're the first one up on this round. Yep, there you are. So I'll just give you the list of questioners so people can be prepared. We'll go to 5-minute rounds. Mr. Polyev first, Ms. Zerowitz, Mr. St. Marie, and Mr. Julian, and hopefully Mr. Morantz and Mr. Fragiskatis. Pierre, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Finance officials, I sent you an advanced copy of the question I would be asking you, and I shared it with the chairman as well. I wanted to know, given that we are taking on record debt in a short period of time, of all the debt issued by the Government of Canada since March 2020, in dollars and percentage terms, how much of it was issued in short-term treasuries, 2-year, 3-year, 5-year, 10-year, and 30-year and 50-year bonds, each separated out? Do you have that information prepared, given that I provided you the question 24 hours in advance?
Who wants to take that question, folks? Do I see Ms. Halverson?
Hi there.
Yeah,
I was checking to see whether my deputy was still on the call, but I
fire away.
Thinking that he's not. Okay. And thank you, Mr. Poilievre, for sending the question in advance, and it did allow us to put your answer together for you. So in total, between March 1st and March 27th, we've issued $371.5 billion in debt. So 76.2% of that, or $283 billion, is in the form of T-bills. 26 billion, and if you would like, I can provide this in writing after as well.
Yes, please do. Thank you.
26 billion, or 7%, in 2 years. 9 billion, or 2.4%, in 3 years. 16.5 billion, or 4.4%, in 5 years. 9 billion, or 2.4%, in 10 years. 2.5 billion or 0.7% in 30 years, with the remainder 6.9% being issued, and that's 25.5 billion being issued in CMBs, in Canada mortgage bonds.
So the T-bills, those are 3-month issues, right?
90-day, 30, yeah.
3 months,
Short
so
term.
90 days. Look, all of us have renewed a mortgage, and when rates are nice and low, you lock it in. You don't take variable, especially if you know rates are going to go up. The Bank of Canada governor came before this committee and told us he thinks rates will go up. It can't go anywhere else but up. I mean, the 2-year is going at 0.25% right now. Why would you have, I'm looking at the numbers here, 83% of the new debt you've issued in 2 years or less. That means it will come up for renewal in 2 years. All this talk we're hearing from deficit advocates about how now is a great time to borrow because rates are low. Well, that'll be out the window in 2 years when all of this debt rolls over and has to be borrowed again, presumably at higher rates. What's the thinking behind this short-term lending when long-term rates are so low?
The reliance on T-bills in the short term is really reflective of T-bills essentially being a shock absorber, if you will. It's the most flexible part of the debt market. The other comment that I would offer is if you look at the overall distribution of our debt, we have about 20% in T-bills. We have about 38% in the short and medium term bonds, and about 42% in the long terms. And as we progress through 2021, we expect to see probably 70% of our financial requirements funded through bonds. So you'll see some terming out of the debt that's currently being issued at the right. Short end. And so, there will be significant increases in all sectors in the
right, because we're borrowing so much money. I mean, we're our great grandchildren are going to be paying for it all. But you've borrowed $371 billion since March, and 83% of it is in short-term lending in an environment when any responsible borrower would want to lock in for long-term rates. What we're going to have is rates go up in the medium term, and then we're going to be in a financial crunch because this enormous stock of debt will be far more expensive than it would have been if Finance Canada had locked in below 1% rates over the 30 and 50-year terms.
We'll have to end it there. I'll give Mr. Halverson a chance to respond, but I think that's a point you want to make. And Mr. Halverson, if you could send the response to those questions to the clerk, we can feed it out to the committee, and that'd be much appreciated.
We'll
do you have anything you want to add?
Your point is well taken, Mr. Poilievre, and you will see some terming out of the debt. The reliance on the T-bills to the extent that you've seen is really, as I've said, a function of that being the shock absorption part of the market.
Okay, thank you both, and thank you for coming prepared with those answers.
Yes, thank you for that. By the way, I really appreciate you coming with specific data. Much appreciated.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Zerowitz, followed by Mr. St. Marie. Julie.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for being here today, and thanks as always for your hard work. My first question is focused on data, and I think it's directed mostly to employment and social development and CRA officials. So I know that we put in the programs at historic speeds, which is really wonderful and great because we needed to get money as quickly as possible to as many people in need as possible. But I want to know, are we trying to collect as much data as we can in a disaggregated manner that will allow us to have a good understanding on who the programs are helping and who is, and the impact of our programs?
Who wants to take that?
Sure.
Social Development. Go ahead.
Sure. Cliff Groen from Employment and Social Development. So thank you very much for the question. And certainly we did implement the program very, very quickly. I can speak specifically for the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. So there are limitations related to the amount of data that is being collected as a result. However, there is actually a wealth of statistical analysis that we can do. So we are really trying to do that analysis related to who the benefit is impacting most and how we are able to, and so what are the sectors that are being most impacted, either positively through coverage and different elements. Because we did implement it very quickly, the readiness of those results are a little bit longer than what we would normally see, but there is opportunities for us leveraging the data that we're collecting, as well as further analysis that we will be able to be sharing going forward. Thank you.
That's great. And is it possible, Mr. Groen, for you to share with the committee what data is being collected? Is that possible?
Certainly. There is actually an active request that we are working on, and I would expect very shortly we'd be able to share that with this committee.
Okay. That's very much appreciated. Thank you. My next question is, in our last panel, there were some comments about the loan guarantees that are given to companies through the EDC and the BDC, that there's not a lot of transparency. So there's not a lot of information that we can find in terms of beyond who's actually taking on the loan and the amount. Is there someone who could verify what information we might be collecting in terms of when these loans are provided?
Hi, this is Soren Halverson from Finance. So what I can tell you is that both programs they're run through the two Crown financial institutions under their own authorities. And so I draw a distinction between those programs and the Canada Emergency Business Account, where parliamentarians have had a little bit more of a rapid view into the deployment of the program. And the reason why in that case information has come so quickly is because it is a government program. It's directly government funded, and funding is flowing every day from the Consolidated Revenue Fund through EDC to the financial institutions, and in turn to the small businesses. And so because of those transactions, it's easy to have a very much a real-time snapshot of what's going on. With the EDC guarantee, the information has more latency in it, and I think what we're finding, and it's a challenge for the government, and it's clearly something that parliamentarians have an interest in knowing is how much of this activity is going on in real time. There's a bit of a lag in reporting coming from the financial institutions to Export Development Canada. We are having conversations. I had one today with people from financial institutions to help remedy that situation, so that we have more real-time insight into what's going on. But as with the Canada Emergency Business Account, it is one of the features of that program is that the financial institutions are on the front end. You've got 100 different institutions, and so there's a bit of a data aggregation issue. We need to work that out and clearly do better at aggregating information and reporting on it.
Last quick question, Annie.
Well,
Julie.
It's Julie.
Yeah.
It's Julie. So, Mr. Halverson, just to close the loop on that, if you could maybe provide to the committee as well what data we might already be receiving, it would give us a better understanding of what we're gathering at this point, and maybe we can make some future decisions as we move forward. And I do have another question, but I'll leave it for another time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. St. Marie.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Avant de poser ma première question, j'aurais un message pour les...
I have a message, first of all, before asking my question. I asked a question earlier as to the supplementary benefit I talked to the Minister of Finance about it. I talked about it in the House to the Treasury Board President who replied to my question in the House. And I'd like to find a solution. To my mind, it's an injustice. Workers are receiving a supplement from the employer. They have to reimburse the CERB. We're in a crisis. We can't let them abandon them. We have to continue to support them, and we have to continue to try to find solutions to that. So, from the bottom of my heart, I am begging you, let's get it done. My first question will probably be for CRA. There's we have a project in the works for the OAS and the GIS. Top off. When are the checks going to be issued? The dedicated lines of Service Canada, it would be the 26th of June that these checks will go out. Can you confirm or not this information? Cliff Cruin here, Service Canada, who are going to be doing the delivery work on these checks. The specific
have your speech language there on in French. I'm hearing both of you at the same time.
J'ai oublié de changer.
Okay, I've just changed it. I've corrected that. This benefit will be, in fact, delivered by Service Canada. We do not have a fixed date right now. We're going to do it as quickly as possible, of course, over the next few weeks, as soon as possible. I think even within the next few days, we're going to be able to commit to a specific date. Thank you very much for the answer. Further question? The government has announced that it would create 16,000 jobs for young people. 40 of these because of the benefit package. 700 have been announced, 26th of May, for agricultural jobs or agricultural sector. There's a lot of other businesses, municipalities, organizations would like to see what their margin of maneuver might be over the summer. 116 jobs for May. May is almost over, so that's a lot of jobs per day, I guess, that we're looking to fill or looking to provide. Well, I will answer that for now if someone else may join in. It might not be, perhaps my colleagues will have something to add, but I can't answer you directly, but we'll take it under advisement. We'll get you something in writing. Okay, thank you. On employment issues, is the government currently working on a system similar to employment insurance so that the CERB recipients who wish to work won't lose 100% of that CERB payment? If they earn $1 more than $1,000, which is the cap, will they lose? Whichever department feels they can handle it, please. How about Employment Social Development Canada, EDSC?
Try to respond. I hope that the audio quality is sufficient. So thank you for the question. And it's true that under the employment insurance system, there is a whole series of rules that allow people who are on claim to earn income and to be able to keep some of their benefits at the same time. As my colleague, Mr. Goen, has already explained, the Canada Emergency Response Benefit is a very simplified form of income support, and it had to be set up that way given the historically high volume of claims that came in at the beginning of the crisis. One of the consequences of this is that not all of the features of the employment insurance system could be replicated on CERB. It simply could not be done in time, And had we tried, it would have meant that people would have had to wait a very, very long time to receive their benefits, which in a crisis situation was simply not acceptable. And so you have not been able to reproduce the working while on claim rules under the emergency response benefit. But there is in place right now, and as you know, is the $1,000 exemption that allows people to earn up to that amount and still keep their benefit. Thank you.
Sorry, Gabriel, we are out of time.
Juste
there,
un
but
point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président.
Yep, go ahead.
Just on a point of order, the sound quality did not allow the interpreter to answer the question fully, almost fully, but the last part I didn't get.
Be happy to provide a response in writing.
Okay, Gabriel, there'll be a response in writing, and also there's going to be a response from Mr. Groen in writing as well. I would just point out, though, on Gabriel's question, and Mr. Julian asked a similar question earlier, there is a substantial fear among those out there that are in the workforce that they may go a few dollars over the $1,000. And then they're obligated to pay a serious amount of money back. I know I've told some that mistakenly got both employment insurance and the CURB that maybe they just should set aside the CURB and hold it for now, and so they'll have that at income tax. I said don't spend it. So there's a fair amount of fear out there. And it is very hard to calculate exactly where you're at when you're working a job, and the employer may need you a few extra hours as well. We don't want it to be a disincentive to work. Peter Julian, and then we'll go on to, just hold on a sec, Peter. Mr. Morantz after you. Mr. Julian.
Okay, thanks very much, and thanks for taking the second round. I appreciated Mr. Poilievre's question, and I share his questioning around the short-term financing of the debt as we come through this pandemic. If you don't have this information for this question available, I would appreciate it being provided to the committee afterwards. What was the division of the debt coming out of the Second World War? The PBO has said that our debt to GDP ratio is actually below what it was then. But do you have the historical knowledge in the finance ministry about what the debt structure was like in 1945?
I believe Mr. Halverson's coming on. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Julian. Thanks for the question. I personally have not. I've not seen the term structure of the debt at the Second World War, but I will take that question back and see what we can find in the records.
I'm sure if you go back to the Ministry of Finance, go up to the dusty attic, somewhere in those boxes, the answer to the question can be found. And I think it's a very relevant question with historic low interest rates. How it is structured over the next few months is an important one. So I add my voice to that of Mr. Poilievre to get that more precision around that would be helpful. Secondly, Mr. Saint-Marie asked about the subs, and I can only stress this is a serious issue. And there seems to be, or has seemed to be, some movement around the subs. This is a relatively easy fix. We've got folks both from Employment and Social Development and the Department of Finance. What is the holdup about fixing what is something that the employer is actually paying for?
Who's taking it?
That's both
Mr.
ministries.
Miller. Okay, Mr. Miller for one, and then somebody else can come in.
Okay, so thank you for the question. My response is relatively similar to my response to the previous question. The Canada Emergency Response Benefit is, by its very design nature, a very simplified form of providing income support. There was simply no way to import all of the rules and all of the conditions that exist under the employment insurance system and do it in a way that will allow us to deliver the benefit to a very, very large number of claimants in a period of time that was required. And so the supplementary unemployment plan element of the employment insurance system is one such element. We simply have not been able to bring it into the SERB, giving its simplified structure.
Are you working on it? Are you working on provisions to integrate?
So we continue to study the issue. However, at this stage, those provisions remain unavailable to people who are receiving the SERB.
Did anybody from Employment and Social Development want to come in as well?
I think you meant finance. I don't think we have. Yeah, okay. I don't think we have much to add to what my colleague has said. He's answered it quite well. The only thing I would say is that, of course, outside of the sub, an employer can provide a top up of up to $1,000 for the 4-week period without impacting the SERB.
Okay, my next question is to finance around the commercial rent relief program. Gord Johns, our small business critic, and myself have written to the minister again this week. The holdup is often because landlords are not necessarily interested in the program. The tenants are. And even with looking at a 50% support for those tenants, that would make a big difference for small businesses, allow far more of them to actually make that transition through this pandemic. It is a long way from being over. I know some people want to cry victory and have a victory parade, but we've already seen in the United States, in those states that opened up, that there are rising cases of COVID-19. So given that we are still in this crisis and will be for some time, is the finance ministry looking at adjusting the commercial rent relief so it can actually help these small businesses?
Mr. Alverson.
Hi. So thanks for the question, Mr. Julian. That's a policy decision, not part of the program as it currently exists. The program is supplemented by a range of other supports to assist small businesses.
Okay.
Final short question.
Okay, a short one. Go ahead, Peter.
Are you preparing to present an economic update?
Who at Finance is preparing that economic update? You working on that, Andrew? Anybody want to answer?
Hi,
Go ahead, Ms. McDermott.
Hi. Yes. So the government has not yet chosen the time for the economic update. We'll do that, and we of course are working. We're very interested in studying these issues and discussing them. We've started discussions with private sector economists, and we'll provide that support. So that work's underway.
Okay. Thank you, Peter, and officials. We'll go to Mr. Morantz, followed by Mr. Fragascatis, and we'll have time for Mr. Cumming and Mr. Fraser as well. Mr. Morantz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before you start my clock ticking, I had just a small point of order I wanted to raise with you.
Fire away.
2 weeks ago, Mr. Groen was here. I had asked for him if he would table the two guidance memos that had been reported on by the National Post. That had red flag SERB applications, and we've been checking with the clerk, but for some reason those guidance memos haven't been tabled, and I recall you asking for them as well, Mr. Chair, so I thought instead of wasting my time on asking another question, I'd bring it as a point of order and see if you could perhaps find out where the missing guidance memos are.
It's not really a point of order, but we'll not take away your time, and we'll just put it to Mr. Groen if he could get that information for us. Go ahead with your question. Point's been made.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just with respect to the wage subsidy, the latest numbers that I have shows that about $8 billion has been paid out in claims for the first two periods, which is lower than the $76 billion that was originally costed by the PBO. Why is the uptake on the program so slack is really my question. I know the Prime Minister has been out and what Mr. Rex Murphy has anointed the 10th of Commons, imploring employers to hire people back. I don't think the 10th of Commons is being that effective for him. But to the question, it seems like the government wants, of course, employers to hire people back, but the employers are not taking up the subsidy. So what do you think the reason is?
Anybody want to take a stab?
Perhaps.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Mr. Chair. I don't have a complete answer to the question. It is a good question, and but perhaps I'll highlight a couple of points. One is, of course, that we're looking at the data and understanding that we're talking to people, and I think it's clear that there has been a bit of a delay in some people filing applications. And we're also, as I think the committee is aware, consulting on an extension to the emergency wage subsidy, which was announced on May 15. And as part of that consultation, we're trying to understand how employers are viewing the subsidy. So I think there are a range of factors, but it's clear, and I think it's reflected in the report filed with the committee that the cost of the program is somewhat less than the original estimate.
I appreciate your candidness, and I look forward to the government and the department putting forward proactive solutions to deal with that, because that is fundamentally important, getting people back to work. On the BCAP, I wanted to circle back to my colleague Mr. Kelly's questions. He wasn't really getting any detailed answers from the minister, so I assume that someone on this call would have briefed her on this information, so I'm hoping that you have it. I know Mr. Kelly asked questions about, for example, how many loans have been funded under the BCAP through either EDC or BDC. Do you know that?
Mr. Haverson.
Hi, thanks for the question. And for reasons that I alluded to in an earlier answer, we're working to improve our understanding of how many loans have been extended. We will come back with better information on that. It's something that we're in active conversations with the financial institutions about right now.
So you don't have any data? You couldn't say what percentage of the money has been out loaned out? Or
I can tell you that there
has a single loan been advanced to a borrower under the program? How's that? Even one.
Loans have been advanced, and the uptake was slower than initially expected,
mm-hmm.
and as a consequence of that, changes were actually made to the structure of the instruments. And so, for example, with respect to the EDC guarantee, the guarantee term was extended from 1 year to up to 5 years in duration. And similarly, changes were made on the BDC co-lending facility. So those changes have been introduced. The products, for example, the guarantee now has been in the market in its current form for about 3 weeks. It takes about 3 to 4 weeks for a bank to actually underwrite a credit arrangement under one of these products, and so there's some lag there. We know that some. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I would just say it's very concerning that two of the major programs that are designed to help with the pandemic, both the wage subsidy and the BCAP program, seem to have limited uptake. And I really hope that your departments are working diligently on that. Mr. Chair, if I just have one moment.
Go ahead.
I just want to also circle back to what my colleague, Mr. Polyev, was talking about. Interest rates. I really think they're an existential threat to the future of the ability of the government of Canada to conduct its business. When we had the parliamentary budget officer on, he said that actually the increase in debt wouldn't increase the draw on the operating budget because they were able to refinance some of their short-term debt at lower interest rates. The corollary of that would be that carrying costs would have gone down had it not been for the crisis, and that carrying costs will go up as soon as interest rates start to go up. And on $1 trillion in debt, only a 1 point increase in interest rates is $10 billion. The interest carrying costs under the 2019 budget were about $23 billion. So I just wonder, like, is there any planning going on or thought going on within your department as to how to brace for the coming storm? And I would just add that both the Governor of the Bank of Canada and the Parliamentary Budget Officer have indicated their opinions that interest rates will be going up, and of course they don't have much elsewhere to go.
Well, relatively over. Is there an answer to that, or is it just a
yes or no would be fine?
I don't think there's yes or no. Mr. Halverson again.
Can I get away with yes?
Okay.
There's ongoing work on debt management planning that takes place between the Bank of Canada and the Department of Finance.
Okay, thank you. I would say partly related to Mr. Morantz's question, the seasonal industries in PEI with the extension of the wage subsidy, it's made the difference whether they will open and hire people or not. They were overjoyed, but they won't come online for a month or more yet by the time they ask for the wage subsidy back. Mr. Fragaskatas, and then go to Mr. Cumming.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the officials for their continued work. I'm tempted, Mr. Chair, to bring up the Conservative record on debt and deficit, seeing as though some of my Conservative friends have suddenly found religion on these issues. But I won't. I think the historical record speaks for itself. The debt accumulation under Conservative governments is extremely pronounced. I'll be polite about it. It's under Conservative governments that most of our debt has been accumulated at a national level in this country. But I don't want to go down that road. In a spirit of collaboration, I'll avoid the inclination to do so. I do want to ask officials either in the Department of Employment and Social Development or in the Department of Finance, or both if they wish, since we have heard concerns raised by especially Mr. Poilievre when it comes to spending, although Mr. Morantz also raised such concerns as well. Is there modeling or is there analysis that's been done in either of these departments when it comes to, the counterfactual? If we did not move down the path of introducing the wage subsidy, if we did not introduce the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, if we did not introduce the Canada Emergency Business Account, if we did not introduce the rental support program that we've partnered with provinces on, and the various other programs that we have moved ahead with, is there analysis that has been done that points to what would have happened to the Canadian economy and ultimately to Canadian citizens if we did not move in the way that, if the government did not move in the way that it did? And that's open again to officials in either finance or social development and employment.
Ms. McDermott.
Thank you very much for the question. And I won't, in terms of your questions about modeling results, a lot of these things and the sources of uncertainty that we're experiencing are putting point estimates and models to be a difficult exercise. But absolutely, there has been a very severe decline in economic activity and employment. And I think there's a very broad consensus among economists, of all stripes, and from the Bank of Canada to rating agencies and the world over, that providing support to the economy is the right thing to do right now, so that the kind of programs that have been put in place are helping the economy.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to offer something? I have more questions, but if there is,
I don't see anyone. Go ahead, Peter.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Actually, the question goes to Ms. McDonald. I heard, Ms. McDonald, in your answer to the point that was raised about supplemental unemployment benefit plans. Can you just repeat what you said? Did you say that employers who wish to top up to their employees up to $1,000 could do so without impacting the CERB payment made to an employee? Is that correct?
That's correct. Employers who wish to increase their employees' weekly earnings while they are unemployed or have the flexibility to do that, to top up those CERB benefits outside of the sub-plans, and it doesn't impact the employee's ability to draw down the CERB.
Right. And would that top-up be taxable, though?
That is a question that is perhaps best placed for CRA.
Okay.
Does anybody from CRA have an answer on that? Is that money taxable? I would expect it is, wouldn't it?
My gut tells me it is as well, Mr. Chair. But if I'm not hearing
here's Mr.
I saw someone. Yeah.
Mr. Truman, but we'll get back to you in writing on that. That's my gut as well, but it's always good to just do a double check on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess this is to the Department of Finance as well. As we move ahead and continue to face the crisis that's at hand, how are we taking into account all the various feedback that is coming in from Canadians? The support that has been offered is very significant, and the vast majority of individuals and families that need support are getting that support. But there still do remain, admittedly, some gaps, as there naturally will be in a crisis like this. How does the department take into account all the feedback that comes in? How is that noted? What is the process? How are gaps that exist rectified? Just talk to me a little bit about that. And I guess that actually is not even a question that's only relevant to finance. It's relevant to any official that wanted to take it.
Don't have time to answer it because you're out of time.
Well, then it is only for finance then.
Andrew.
Well, perhaps I may make a stab at that. I think it's clear that a vast range of programs have been rolled out in a relatively short period, and those programs, in some cases, have responded directly to concerns expressed. In other cases, the programs have been adjusted. So on May 15th, for the wage subsidy, for example, the government announced a number of changes, both regulatory and legislative, as well as the extension. We're currently out there this week. We're engaged in very intensive discussions with business and others on the wage subsidy and so on. So I think there's a kind of dynamic feedback going on continually, as one would expect in such a complex and changing situation.
In a time like this,
sorry, Peter,
I was just going to make that last point. Yeah, no problem. All good.
We'll go to 5 minutes from Mr. Cumming, and then Mr. Fraser will wrap it up. James.
Well, I'd like to start off by the learning I just had from Mr. Fragastatis on how you can not talk about something, but certainly he did a good job of bringing it up anyways. So on conservative principles. So well done. Mr. Halverson, I want to start with you. A couple weeks ago, we were on the you're providing testimony, and you had suggested on the CEBA loans that there was significant headroom that was still left within the program. Can you give us some indication of where we're at with that, by percentage or by dollar? I'm indifferent on how you give it to us.
The program has authorities to, and this is from memory. I would need to refer back to the numbers. I don't have them at my fingertips, but there is no effective constraint at present. There are it would be 50% utilization. There was, by design, there was excessive headroom put into the program just to make sure that we didn't run into any artificial constraints.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm getting some feedback on the SECRA program on the with the attestations that the tenants and the landlords are being provided the guarantee, so they're ultimately responsible. And the concern is over rents or revenues, and that they are having to estimate their June revenues when it's something that they won't really know. So landlords have a great concern about the potential that if these businesses start to generate some revenue and get over that threshold, that there'll be some clawback. Is there a way to deal with that issue, or has the department given that any kind of thought?
Who wants to take Mr. Halverson?
I'll take it. Thank you for the comment. At this point, I will take it as feedback from the program. It's not an issue that I'm aware of as having been raised, but it is in the spirit of hearing the experiences that people are having. It's good to hear that. Thank you.
And I'm also hearing on with some of the applications into the programs that you'll have a company that may have it will have a track record or a history, and it would convert themselves. So I'll use an example. I think there was a club or a course or something that had it's been around for 50 years. Might have been a not-for-profit, and then they converted themselves to a public company, and so that they don't have that because they'll have a new business number and they'll be treated as a new business, so they won't qualify for some of the programs, even though pretty much the business has remained the same. So is the department aware? And this issue's come up more than once with constituents that have called me.
Are we going to this time? Mr. Halverson again? It's information for sure that certainly James is hearing on the ground. Mr.
Right.
Halverson?
So this I'm conjecturing that this is an issue potentially around programs like the Canada Emergency Business Account.
Correct.
And so I think in that regard, if it's a new business number, it may be the case that they need to and they need funding. They need to be looking at multiple channels, including through the regional development agencies or alternative programs at this point in time, because as far as I understand it, that situation would preclude their company from being verified within the CRA records, which would make it difficult from an identity perspective to be able to validate that the applicant is who they say they are. It is, it's one of the challenges that comes along with a program that is providing tens of thousands of loans on a very rapid basis. And so it is for that reason that the government has put in place other sources of funding, so that people have access to it if they're not able to come in on the criteria that are established under CEBA.
Sorry, James, we're out of time there as well. Wrapping it up, Mr. Fraser, 5 minutes.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. I want to just dig in a little bit about the timing of any sort of fiscal update that could be provided. I know it's come up a few times on this committee. One of the things that I struggle with greatly is trying to predict anything too far into the future, given the conditions we're in. We saw in New Brunswick, the current story in the news is about an individual person who crossed the border into Quebec and failed to self-isolate and has had contact with over 150 people, and it's resulted in a retraction of some of the loosened restrictions that part of the province is experiencing. Obviously, severe public health measures that are put in place can restrict economic activity. I've actually found some of the regular updates based on real data that you've been providing periodically through this committee has been somewhat helpful to get that real-time transparency. I'm curious what kind of indicators are you going to be looking for in the community before you think we're actually going to have a handle on what we know the world looks like, so any kind of a fiscal update will have reliable information that Canadians can depend upon.
Who's up?
I think it's Ms. McDermott would be best positioned to answer.
Great.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. And it's very true that what is so difficult about trying to provide a sense of the government's fiscal situation on a go-forward basis is really it's the economic uncertainty, but of course that economic uncertainty is really tied to some basic scientific uncertainty about the transmission of the virus. We've had a lot of success in recent weeks in having that curve flattened, not as much as we'd like, but I think that the officials across the country that work on public health, have had some success in that area. This, of course, is what's guiding decisions on the part, mostly in the hands of provincial territorial governments about opening parts of their economy. But even so, I guess to answer your question, a lot of the decisions and the go forward situation will have to do with how successful those reopenings are. But even if we see some early signs of success, I think there's still a great deal of uncertainty with respect to potential resumptions of the virus or resurgence of the virus later. So, a great deal of uncertainty about those questions, even about the way the virus, at a scientific level, questions about how immunity works, how the virus is transmitted, what will happen when the colder weather comes in. So those are the kinds of factors that are making it hard to come up with a point estimate. And would note that even organizations like the Bank of Canada have not come up with point estimates. They are looking at ranges. So very much the kind of work that we're doing is more based on looking at ranges and scenarios as opposed to having specific figures. But I know that's what the interest is in having, and that work is underway.
Thank you for that. Just a quick question on the some of the work that the Minister of Middle Class Prosperity has been doing around quality of life indicators. I would have loved to have had the opportunity to ask the Minister when she was here earlier. One of the things that I'm having a hard time with some members of my community is everybody's anxious to see the economic recovery. Of course, we're not through the emergency yet. I think there's a really unique opportunity in front of us. If you're to believe some of the polling data of firms that make their data publicly available, a significant majority of Canadians are expecting some kind of real serious social and economic reforms coming out of this crisis. One of the things that I think is going to be essential is understand what we're measuring if we're hoping to achieve success. I think it would be easy to try to restore the status quo that existed pre-COVID, but I think if we want to turn our imaginations on, we can start realizing that maybe GDP and unemployment are not some of the only things we can measure, and turn our minds to things like poverty reduction, access to a clean environment, access to primary care, whatever it may be. I'm curious if you think we have an opportunity to accelerate the minister's mandate letter item about developing quality of life indicators in a timely way, so we could actually use some of the work that's being done to help guide the economic recovery once the time is right.
Go ahead, Ms. McDermott.
So thank you very much for the question, and you raise a really important point. In fact, the minister has been active in encouraging her colleagues to consider these issues, and I think it's very much that this government has been taking into account broader issues, as are many governments. In fact, the fact that we in fact have been willing to shut down our economy in order to preserve health, particularly of vulnerable populations, I think is a sign of the fact that we all recognize this is important. So a lot of work is underway across departments in terms of thinking about what that could look like in terms of a more explicit way of incorporating quality of life indicators. But I think we are doing it in a broad sense already. There are a lot of decisions so far in terms of the response to this crisis have been reflective of considerations of vulnerable populations and thinking about health impacts and other types of impacts. So, but I very much agree with you that there's an opportunity for us, and I think all parts of this government are, from a policy standpoint, are beginning to think that way in terms of the longer term economy that we are returning to, some of the structural changes that are taking place, and what's going to be needed to support Canada's success in that new environment.
I thought, Ms. McDermott, that you might be saying that we'd expect the parliamentary secretary to push the Minister of Finance on some of those points. With that, we will have to close. Thank you all for the time and for your presentations in the report. Meeting adjourned. Thank you again.